Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everybody's well. Oh, excuse me. I got the sniffles this morning. Sneezing. Sorry. As soon as I jump on here, I sneeze. What's good with everybody? What's happening? Akeem Idris, good morning. All things, good morning. Skills from New Orleans. Shout out to New Orleans. What's going on in the Caribbean, Richard Paris? Hope you're well. Dark Truth, what's going on, man? Texas OG, it's all, I'm chilling, man. Just chilling. Just an OG in Texas like you. Laughing, though. Laughing at this ridiculousness, man. Man, they sure got a way to be wrong, don't they? Man. PBC's going broke. Then they got $1 billion. And then they go broke. Then they got $1 billion. They don't have any money. Then they offer a ton of money. Then they're not fight anybody. Then they make a tough fight. Like, they're going out of business. They sign a new contract. Oh, but there's no money in the new contract. But they offer a lot of money off that new contract. How in the world do they? Okay, we're just going to wait for people to come on in here and we'll talk about it. Gervonta and Frank Martin. Rumor, but I'll take it. I'll take the rumor. Canelo offered $60 million for David Benavidez. Rumor, but interesting. Because all of a sudden, PBC got money. All of the sudden. I could have sworn we were talking about just yesterday. I was getting a headache talking to Kyle Porter about should not be worried that the PBC doesn't have any money. And then all out of the blue, Al Heyman is offering $60 million guaranteed or $55 million guaranteed to David Benavidez to Canelo for a David Benavidez fight. But he doesn't have $35 million to put in escrow for with a guarantor for Charlo. I mean, it's pretty amazing, don't you think? Don't you think? All these sources that have all this information telling you that there's no money for an Errol Spence-Terrence Crawford rematch and no money for an Terrence Duran fight and the PBC really doesn't have a contract with Amazon Prime and they're going broke, and then all of a sudden, wham, they give Canelo Alvarez the biggest guaranteed money of his career. A literally more guarantee than most boxing matches earn in complete and total revenue. Marquis, what's going on, man? Steven, man, what's up? What's going on, Windy City Assassin? Sam Granderson. Barbara D to the beautiful. Good morning. What's going on, Nick McKnight? Just do what's happening. Richard Prado, DH, Black Beach. They saying Tank and Frank may not happen because it wasn't officially announced yet. Of course, it may not happen. Who is they, though? Put names in the chat, man. I don't care anymore. I need to know who's saying what because I don't listen to these people. So you can listen. You can tell me. You can tell me exactly who said what. I used to say, don't tell me. I don't care. You can tell me now. You can tell me now. I want to know who says what. So I know whether or not I'm going to take it whether or not I'm going to take it seriously or not. Because of a lot of people, some people saying I'm not going to take it serious. And you offend me that you take it seriously. Click the link. Invites from the very beginning. Invites from the very beginning. Good morning, Fanon. Good morning, Martin, and everybody in the chat. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Said Tank been in the industry for over a decade but hasn't unified. So what? If he hasn't unified. So what? So what? What's to be mad about for that? Let me see something. Dimitri Bivol been in there for been out there for 10 years and he hasn't unified. Vitaly Klitschko never unified. Deontay Wilder never unified. So what? That seems silly that seems silly to be mad about that. Not every champion unifies in their career. And politics has a lot to do with it too. OG, the guy that said that, tell him he been on his job for 10 years and he's not a supervisor. No, I mean, I'm not going to say that because I don't have a problem with it. I mean, but I think that is I think you're looking for something to criticize. Has he given you fights you want to see? You know what I mean? Teofimo Lopez is never unified. Sean Porter never unified. Go on and on. Jamal Charlo's never unified. There's a political thing. That's a lot of politics into that. Getting a shot at 2 belts. Who's he supposed to unify with? Top rank? You know what I'm saying? Who you supposed to unify with? What's up, Tierlando? Tierlando's mighty silent about all this crooked crap in the legal community in Atlanta. I know you staying quiet because you don't want to run foul of Fonny. You don't want to get in trouble with Fonny. Hey, Tierlando, you running that cash? You carrying that cash? Don't tell me you ain't got no cash. Don't tell me you don't use no Cash App. Yeah, they calling for him to fight Shakur, but Devin unifying with Matias ain't unifying with T. Look, pull out Bandit. How are you going to do that with him over at Top Rank? That's easy to say. I don't rock with Fanny. She spent her whole career locking up black people, locking up black men. I know you don't. She's the state. I know you don't mess with it. What is this? Oh, that's the title of their video, man. Yeah, man, who cares? Cal Coolidge, man, what's going on, man? 2024 going to be a great year. Turn down $25 million. How the fuck does everybody know? How does everybody know all the money? How does everybody know all the money? No, these dudes. Man, these dudes. Hey, man, you better get off Kamala. Man, they don't hate black men. Cal Coolidge in the building. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. That's huge. Man, y'all need to get off Tank's nuts, though. Never unified. Dude, Shakur Stevenson is under a contract with Bob Arum. And ain't no way in the damn world Bob Arum just offered that man $25 million, bro. How you gonna complain if a fight with Frank Martin gets made? Man, I don't want to hear that shit. Yeah, it's just another day, another way to get mad at Tank, man. What's up, Richard Prado? Yeah, I know. I would have locked up a lot of you Negroes too, though. I can't lie. I decided not to do it. That was my only path, man. That's why I decided not to do it. I didn't want to lock y'all up. I regret it now, though. Because if I run against Rollo's ass, I'd keep him in there. Man, if I would have known there was Negroes like Rollo out there, man, I would have done it. I would have definitely followed the prosecutorial path. I would have been a judge. Then I'd have been a fucking parole officer. Okay? I'd have retired as a judge. I'd have retired as a judge and been a parole officer just to make sure your ass don't go nowhere. All right? What's going on, One Mind Boxing? Thank you for that support, man. Thank you for that dollar holla, dog. Do you think Tank is getting frustrated? Man, I think Tank getting rich, bro. With his team, man, yes, man, come on, man. A little bit of a beef with his team because they say something he does. Dude, they all grown men. They get to say what they want to say. Their job is to train Tank. It's not to tell everybody it's not to repeat what Tank wants them to say and not say what they don't want Tank to say. I love the operations of that team, man. Tank said something about that before. Man, I ain't tripping. I don't know whether he's frustrated or not. I don't know. I don't even know Tank. I think Tank's getting paid. And Tank better, you know what I mean? You got the other channel saying it, of course, because they're a bunch of gossipy hoes. I'm going to do a video about it, though. Hey, man, look. Look, man. It's something to talk about, man. It's something to talk about. And they're not gossipy hoes, man. I'm sorry. They just gossipy. But it is what it is. I'll talk about the gossip, too. So you can call me gossipy, too. F Kamala and Fanny. They hate black men. F them. Hey, man. Are you ever going to be a judge? You going to run for judge to Orlando? I got a couple G on it. I got a couple G on it. I used to have a contract down there at the God, man, what was it, man? With the sheriffs, man. Ray Davis never came back after that. Ray didn't get roasted, man. Ray just doesn't have a good argument with me, man. Look, I like Ray. He just can't debate me. It's just what it is, bro. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? You roll the ball out on the court, bro. It's 21-0. You know what I mean? It's 21-0. It's not a reflection on him. It really isn't. I've thought about running for a judicial post, but I caught a BS case in the past. So you know how? Okay, man. Yeah, that's bad. That's fucked up. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. I know. I got somebody. I had somebody nominated for an appointment in Illinois, and they had like a DUI on their record, man, and it got caught up, bro. Hey, I like this, man. Hey, man, my guest says Superhuman Unchained is watching right now. I will always support you and your channel. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. I'm trying to tell you, man, Claymore Reigns out there licking that stump I left his ass with. Same place Christian is, licking that stump. You know what it is. You know what? Hey, you know the dude that ain't come nowhere. Hey, Christian, where you at, Christian? Same place I left Christian, licking that stump. Mauling, dog. I'm mauling. Hey, Claymore, dog, you know you got your ass mauled, dog. Man. Hey, man, T. Orlando, I feel you, brother, but there's other ways to do it. There's other ways to do it, brother. There's other ways to do it. I can help get mayors elected. You can always be behind the scenes, man. You can always be the influencer in the back room, dog. No joke. You put your money where your mouth is. You put your brains, and you get other people to put their money where your mouth is. You can affect change, brother. Believe it. until they catch a wind of it, and then the big money comes and steals everything you do. But you can get some, you can make a little something here, you can make a little something there. You know what I mean? But remember, you can always throw a nigga like Rollo in jail. And that right there would be sweet justice. Anyway, we can chat offline. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Yeah, you can always do it, man. You can always do it. Always do it, bro. Dennis James said, Martin, starting to see these other content creators giving you your props. Keep up the great work. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, man. But look, here's the thing. It's easy because these other people are just lying. They're making shit up. They're pushing narratives. They're the media. Somebody, hey, how should black people vote in this next presidential election? Man, I don't care. I want to know who you're going to vote for in your next mayoral election, gubernatorial election. Local elections are what matters. Local elections matter. Big elections, president matters, but not as much as your local ones. But I'm with T. Orlando. I'm not putting a vote for Joe Biden. No way. I will not. I can't. Killing too many babies over there in Palestine. I can't do it. You're killing too many babies, man. Sorry. No vote for you, not for me. And I can't vote for Trump. No way. He's trying to embarrass Fannie Willis. I'm definitely not voting for Robert F. Kennedy. Hell no. Definitely not him either. He's terrible too. He's terrible too. One of the biggest Zionists on the planet. One of the biggest. I'm not voting for no Zionists. That shit ain't happening, homie. If you didn't know, man. Yeah, because of the crime bill. Yeah, I'm in Miss Crime Bill. I'll never vote for him. Never. You'll never get a vote for me. Never get a vote for me. Never, 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 never. Never, 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 never. I donate to candidates. That's what I do. I give my money to candidates. The omnibus crime bill. Yeah, I'm not messing with it. I give my money to candidates. Money talks, bullshit walks. Money talks, bullshit walks. Money talks, bullshit walks. And just know that as soon as you politicians are never going to talk to you again after you give it to them. Update on the Ryan Devin undercard yet? None. Not that I know of. Here's my update. So let's get to this. Here's the link to the chat. Gervonta Davis is going to pass up Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson this year with the great fight with Frank Martin. And if anybody got a problem with the Frank Martin fight, you know you are a fraud. Exactly. Bullshit runs a marathon. Money talk, bullshit runs a marathon. Keeps on going and going and going and going and going and going and going. No, there's no Timothy Stoudemire. I have no update on that. I don't know if the fight's going to happen, to tell you the truth. I still think, I still wonder if the fight's going to happen. They already moved locations once. They said it was in Vegas. Now it's in Baltimore. Now it's going to be in New York. Phoenix the Assassin. How can I help you, Phoenix the Assassin?
Oh, yo, you hear me? Oh, you hear me okay?
Now I can, sir.
All right. Yeah, I think it's interesting, and I know you probably have some people that's gonna hop up here and say this, but I actually heard some people bringing up Conor Ben again, and the funny thing is, they're saying that Frank Martin he ducked Conor Ben.
How do you who said this?
Anybody
that thinks that Gervonta Davis ducked Conor Ben, please click the link.
I seen KO Fridays do it last night over it. It's a guy from the UK. But he had got up there and said that Tank duck Conor Ben. And I'm like, well, if people are saying that, that means they don't understand that negotiations don't just happen overnight. You know, like when Bud had fought David Avenesian instead of Spence way back when. You know, that negotiation had to have been going on for a while because they had to iron out all the terms and everything like that. So people don't understand that, you know, Tank not talking to Eddie Hearn means like, yeah, he's obviously in negotiation for something. You know, that now in hindsight we can look at that because the fight was announced. You know, so since and Tank he's posted on his social media, so you know that's how I know. Like, hey, I'm not. You don't see Tank post any fight posters for his fights if he ain't fighting. You know, yeah, and he put it up on TikTok last night. But
He
like for
put
the
what up
fight to
on
have been,
TikTok last night?
or that fight poster that they had for him and Frank Martin, the one that was it Mike Coppinger posted.
So he
So
put it up
Tank,
on TikTok. I do not have
yeah,
TikTok.
yeah, I seen Tanker posting on there last night, so that's why I'm like, okay, it seems like this might actually be legit because and I didn't catch because you know the Rise they was on last night, Coach Calvin and Coach Kenny. I got in late, so I don't know if they touched on it, but yeah, you know, and it's funny, like the fact that people think that Eddie Hearn, who's done business, like everybody's done business with the PBC, and they all know that they contact Al if they serious about having one of their fighters fight a PBC fighter. And there's people who seriously believe that Eddie Hearn is out there sending contracts and offers that should be formalized through DMs on Twitter or something.
And
Like
we
people
can kill this
legit think
right
that.
here. Connor, Connor Ben. I gotta let you go because that train is banging my
Oh yeah,
head.
it's all good, all good.
All right. You can't duck somebody 3 weight classes above you. You just
Not
can't
at
do it.
all.
It's like right there. That's why I'm saying that the culture of boxing is the YouTube boxing talk is really got to get their act together because you can't duck a guy 3 weight classes above you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the other thing was people saying that he they still think he was clout chasing Conor Ben.
There's no clout with Conor Ben. So you can't clout, so you can't chase something that's not there.
Well, I say that because I seen frequent in the chat down there. He was on KO's channel last night trying to explain that to people that it was. He was out
They
there
don't
trying to define
frequent
words
flyers
again.
clout chasing somebody with no clout.
Yeah, he said, no, you got to look at the definition of clout, and then you look at the definition of chasing, and then, you know, the whole multiplier stuff. Now, he started that again last night on KO
All he's
channel.
doing is stealing my argument. Frequent
So,
flyer. Stop trying to use my arguments. They don't work
so
for
I,
you.
so
Clout,
I had to let you
there is
know
no
before he
clout.
hop on here and try it again.
Oh, I mean, I don't care. He's a tank hater. And hold on, man. What? Clout's definition. Clout. Influence or power. A heavy blow with a hand or a hard object. Maybe you're saying he wants to get punched upside the head. Is that because that's the only definition of clout that fits? What influence does Conor Ben have? He's on dope suspension. He's on a
Exactly.
dope suspension.
So he can't even do anything over there in the UK anyway. That's
And
why
he
they had to
can't
come over here.
go to the UK. He can't fight for a title. Conor Ben who the fuck is Conor Ben?
And then the fact that they think it was 25 mil for Conor Ben though.
Man, who's this man? They just say whatever Eddie Hearn says. I'll offer you 25 million for Conor Ben.
Ain't no
Sure
way.
you did. Sure
Ain't
you
no
did.
way.
Oh, you got 25 million for Conor Ben, but you had 20 million for Devin. And we all know what happened with the 40 million you said that they said was in Saudi. That was never there. Man, you guys just need to get off of Gervonta Davis's lap. Okay, y'all a bunch of lap dancers. That's what it seems like to me. But all right, Fantasy Assassin.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Hey, man, you as well, sir. Appreciate you, man. Are you working near trains or you just buy the trains?
Oh no, that's a few blocks down from my office building.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll get back then. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, peace. Tony Mills said, thanks for all the hard work. Good morning from North Carolina. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, sir. Mike said, man, bruh, honestly, I come here to talk boxing and get away from the bullshit. I'm sorry. We are talking boxing. Eddie Hearn said it was less than 25 million. Look, man, I'm tired of you guys throwing around a bunch of numbers that just throwing around numbers to make it sound spectacular. You're just throwing around numbers to make it sound spectacular. Gervonta Davis, here's how this is how it works, okay? You're going to fight with your promotional company. 19 times out of 20. You're going to fight with your promotional company. If you're a champion, 19 out of 20 times, you're going to be fighting somebody in your weight class. And if you're a champion, you're going to be fighting somebody in your weight class in your sanctioning body. That's how it works. The idea that somehow Shakur and Gervonta is going to miraculously fight, but if they don't fight, it's Gervonta Davis's fault, is ridiculous. Because one is signed with Top Rank, the other one's with the PBC. And that's just how it works for everybody. But we want to just jump over that and shut the fuck up. I mean, seriously, man, Frequent Flyer, I'm not doing any of this with you, man. Shut up. I mean, I'm sorry, man. You just got me like, just please, Frequent, will you please stop trying to annoy people? The definition of a slang term. I know full well what clout chasing means. And Connor Ben doesn't have any. Please shut up. And stop saying, or don't shut up. Just stop saying stupid shit. Just, you sound stupid. You say things that are dumb. Things that just are ignorant. Just ignorant. Just ignorant. On its face, ignorant. You say things that are just on their face wrong and ignorant. And you think if you talk for 4.5 hours that you're going to make it make sense by getting up here and asking me 30 questions about it. Facially ignorant, just ignorant on his face, just bow. Prima facie, dumb as fuck. Man, God, dog. You are right. Prima facie, dumb as fuck is what it is. Just wow, right there, bro. Just right there, dumb as fuck. You're saying all that to avoid looking it up? Yes. Yes. I am not answering your dumbass questions anymore. I don't want to answer your dumbass questions. Look it up. And then what? When I don't agree with that, what am I going to do after that? Man, please, man, stop it with the stupid shit. Please, just stop it. You got me cussing. You got me like, insults are a defense for the weak. No, they're not. An insult is an insult, you moron. I'm not defending anything. I'm insulting you. I am saying to you, you say dumb shit. That is not a defense. I am not defending. I am not defending anything. Okay? I'm not defending it. There's no proposition out there that I am representing right now. I am just telling you, will you shut up? And if you don't shut up, I promise you I will shut you up. Now, I've asked you to stop, but you know what it is. Hard heads make soft behinds. Make soft behinds. So, let's shut you up. Actually, let's undo that, even though I did need to get rid of your wrench. And let's put your ass on timeout for 30 minutes. Okay? Snatch your wrench for continually to blocking people and timing people out. We'll snatch that wrench. So now you're out there hanging out like you're hanging with your neck hanging out there. You're out there with your neck hanging out there, freaking flyer. You're mad today because Gervonta got a better fight than Devin. I know what the truth is. You're mad because Gervonta Davis took a better fight than Devin did. We know the problem. Gervonta has a better fight than Devin does. He has a tougher challenge than Devin does. And you don't like that, do you? You don't like that, do you? You don't like that, do you? That hurts you, doesn't it? You got to give Gervonta Davis credit for taking a better, tougher fight than Devin is. A way tougher fight than Devin is. And you got to find a way to say he's clout chasing somebody he was never going to fight. Conor Benn. A guy that's not in his weight class. A dude with zero clout. Tony Frank. Who is Tony Frank? Look, man. No, I've not seen. I don't watch Bill Haney, man. I don't watch Bill Haney. What Bill Haney say? You tell me what he said, Kentrell. Hey, thank you for the support, man. Thank you for everybody that supports in the channel, for real. What do you mean it's about time? The man always. You guys dog Gervonta so much. You guys dog the man that is getting, man, you dog that man so much. Man, Isaac Cruz is a tough fight. You dog him for that. Leo Santa Cruz, tough fight. You dog him for that. Bill Haney said he doesn't have Heyman number still. Oh, he probably doesn't. He probably doesn't. He probably doesn't. Fanon, if you had a choice to pick one fight to see, Devin Ryan or Tank Frank, Tank Frank. Tank and Frank. Tank and Frank. That's not even a tough choice for me. Gervonta Davis, and Frank Martin. Easy. It's a better fight. It's a better fight. Oh, hey, they gonna say Frank is a Mexican. Oh, they gonna say he's flat-footed. What do you mean he's finally stepping up? Man, shut up. Finally stepping up, then nobody's stepping up. Finally stepping up. You guys are fucking bozos. Like, come on, man. What is finally stepping up? Hector Garcia is not stepping up. Leo Santa Cruz is not stepping up. Mario Barrios is not stepping up. Isaac Cruz is not stepping up. Jose Pedraza is not stepping up. Who are you listening? I know Bernie the Boxer said that crap. Terrence Crawford just stepped up. Terrence Crawford just stepped up. If that's the case, he just stepped up. I don't know if it's his toughest challenge or not. Man, what does this fucking idiot want? Yes, man. What's
up, man? Good morning, man. What's going on?
What's up, man?
What's up, man? That's Tank and Martin. That's a good fight. That's a good
man. I want to know. So what? What do you want?
I wanted to give my boxing take.
You don't have a boxing take.
That's a good fight, but it ain't no damn bigger than Devin and Ryan.
It's not bigger.
And I'm willing to bet any money that Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney will do better numbers than Tank Martin versus Frank Martin.
Really?
They will do better numbers. And I'll put money on it.
You sure? At the
They will do
Barclays
better
Center?
numbers. Yes.
At the Barclays Center?
Yes.
You mean at the Barclays Center where Gervonta Davis set the record fighting somebody,
A
some
$5 million
already set the
gate.
record?
Yeah. They'll
So
beat
you're
that.
going on record saying that Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia is going to break the record that Gervonta Davis has at the Barclays Center?
Yeah, they'll probably beat that too.
That he's going to beat the
I'm
record?
going on record.
He's going to do $5 million. He's going to do $5 million gate there.
They're going to do more than a $5 million.
Yeah, and then when it doesn't happen, you're going to lie and say you never said it.
But Tank.
But what? When it doesn't happen, you're going to lie and say, oh, you never said it. Or you're going to think somebody forgot you said it. Okay? Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney they are not even comfortable enough to put that shit in Vegas.
Let's see, man. Let's see. But
they're not even confident enough to put that fight in Vegas.
They're close to superstars. But
neither one of them are superstars. Neither one of them are superstars. Not Ryan, not Devin. Neither one. Devin just sold 30,000 pay-per-views.
They will outsell Tank and Martin because nobody knows who Frank Martin is.
Will you stop? Look, man. Shut the fuck up with your predictions. I don't care about your predictions. Do you want to talk about something that actually is taking place versus you saying something that you putting it out there in the universe? Why do you say that? What statistics do you have to back that?
Because nobody knows who Frank Martin is.
Nobody knows who Frank Martin is?
Yes. Nobody knows who Frank Martin is.
Nobody knows who Frank Martin is. Nobody knows who Frank Martin is.
People know who Ryan is, and people know who
Devin is. People know who Devin is, but nobody knows who Frank Martin is.
The casuals.
Okay, so how many pay-per-views did everybody? What were the pay-per-view numbers for Ryan Garcia and Duarte?
You cannot have a pay-per-view after you have a loss.
Sir, yes, you can. Yes, you can have a pay-per-view after you have a loss. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Would you like to take that back real fast? Rewind what you just said. Moonwalk back off that dumb shit, please.
I'm just going to say that.
Would you please moonwalk off that dumb shit you just said?
I know Canelo lost and had a pay-per-view.
Oh, well, then shut the fuck up with the dumb shit you just said.
I understand.
Okay, so moonwalk above that. You absolutely positively can have a pay-per-view after a loss.
Tank and Martin is a good fight for the hardcore.
Sir, what numbers do you have to support this? What numbers do you have? I could have sworn you said to me that Ryan Garcia only did $1 million gate in Houston. That was it. You were actually downplaying Ryan Garcia's numbers. You were. Don't you remember talking to me when you said that Devin Haney's a bigger name and a bigger draw than Ryan because Ryan only did $1 million? Don't you remember when you said that?
I'm going to have to refresh my memory.
Yeah, let me refresh your memory. You said that. Me and you on this channel, you said Ryan Garcia is not as big a draw as Devin Haney because Ryan Garcia only did $1 million gate. And Devin did 1.7. So Ryan was not on pay-per-view at all. Devin did like 35,000 pay-per-views. Neither one of them busted a grape in their last gate. They're not confident enough to put it in Vegas and have it anywhere near Canelo, and that's what Eddie Hearn said.
They'd be stupid to do that.
Exactly. I bet you this. I bet you Gervonta Davis and Frank Martin will park their happy ass right near Canelo.
If they're fighting in June, July,
I bet you money. Gervonta Davis will park his happy ass real close to Canelo and not care. I bet you. They can do Frank Martin, and guess what? Anywhere. Right next to Canelo, 3 weeks from Canelo. Boom. June. A month away in June.
That's
in the same town. In the same town.
April 20th.
Now, will they do that for Frank Martin? I don't know whether they're going to go to Vegas or not, because you know how it works with Tank. Tank can sell out anywhere with anybody. So all you're really saying is that you think they may sell out a stadium.
The casuals that I rock with, they don't know who Frank Martin is.
You are that you rock with. Casuals you rock with.
They don't know who Frank Martin is. He's a number
Canelo, casual. Do the casuals you rock with don't know who Devin is? The casuals that you rock with don't know who Devin Haney is.
Or not. Devin is taking off.
Dude, Devin is taking off what? Devin Haney is not known by casual fans.
After beating Lomachenko, his stock has gone up big time.
Devin Haney is not known by casual fans. Stop it. If he was known by casual fans, his ass would have sold out in his hometown. He'd be able to fight in Vegas. This is the second fight that they refused to put him in Vegas.
Have you ever been to a boxing barbershop? Like
there's no such fucking thing as a boxing barbershop, you moron. Man, King, man, you are hilarious. Did you say that if I ever went to a boxing barbershop? First of all, oh my God, man, that shit is hilarious, bro.
You know what I mean? Like you
trying to be part of it. You want to, dog. I think you want to be black, dog.
You know, when
I think you secretly want to be black. You out here talking about a boxing barbershop.
You know, when you go to a
barbershop. What the hell is a boxing barbershop?
You know, like one of those barbershops that talk about boxing a lot. I heard them talking about Devin and Ryan, man. I'm telling you.
Hey. Man, let me tell you, man. That is the dumbest shit you've ever said on this channel. And you've said a lot of dumb shit. But that right there is the dumbest shit I've ever heard anybody say on this channel. A boxing, dude, let me tell you what it is. Let me help you with this, okay? It's a barbershop type of talk. So just so you know, people go to the barbershop, and while they're waiting to get their hair cut, everybody's talking about the big news of the day. They may be talking about Donald Trump, or they may be talking about the war in Israel, or they may be talking about who's better between
Super Bowl
Oscar Robinson and Michael. Depends. Okay, so it's a barbershop type of conversation going on. Okay, there's no boxing barbershop.
I know. I just said.
Okay, no, you don't know. Okay, no, you don't know. So I'm going to tell you, it's just a barbershop type of conversation because that's what men do when they're in the barbershop. Now, let me help you. I have not been to a barbershop myself in probably 30 years. Okay, and let me tell you why. Because I started balding when I was in my 30s. Okay, so I've not been to a barbershop in well over 20 years. Before that, I learned to cut my own hair. So I don't have to go to a barbershop. However, this is a barbershop type of conversation right here. Okay? Right here. That's what we're doing. We're shooting the shit about a lot of different things. Okay? That's what this is. And I absolutely know a whole lot of casual boxing fans on YouTube and off. Okay? More people know who Devin Haney is than knows Frank Martin.
Yes.
Without a doubt. But guess what? None of the casual people that I knew who Hector Garcia was.
Yes.
Very few of them knew who Rolly Romero was. Very few of them knew who Mario Barrios was. They know who Gervonta is.
Of course, he's a
draw. They are going to watch Gervonta.
He's going up against two people that people know.
Excuse me, sir. They're not going up against them.
Ryan Garcia and Devin.
He's not going up against them. He's fighting in June. They're fighting in April. They're not going up against each other. They're not. They're not going up against each other. They're not. But I guarantee you this. If Gervonta Davis was fighting April 20th, that fight between Devin and Ryan wouldn't be taking place. They would find another date to do it on. Believe it. Because ain't nobody going to miss out on a Gervonta Davis fight to see Devin Haney run around the fucking ring with Ryan Garcia for 12 rounds.
I would go to that.
You're a goddamn lie.
Devin Haney and
you're a goddamn lie. You're not going to go to either one of them.
Myself personally.
Yourself personally. You're not going to go there any way you cook it.
I'm going to be at the Barclays Center.
You're going to be at the Barclays Center.
Yes, sir.
Where is it? Where's the Barclays Center?
New York City.
Where in New York City?
Shit, I don't know. I know it's in New York City.
I don't know. Brooklyn.
Isn't that where the Nets play? Yeah.
Brooklyn.
Yeah. Brooklyn Nets.
Man, let me tell you something, man. You are comedy gold.
You
are comedy gold. But look, man, I'm sure their fight will do well. I don't think their fight's going to lose money. Let me be very clear. The reason that fight is going to do well is because it's got two guys that people who do know. And I think it'll do well.
Thank you.
Thank you for what?
That's all I was looking for.
Thank you for what? You never even asked me that. Thank you for what? You said it's going to do better than Gervonta Davis's next fight. Is it going to do better than Canelo's?
Oh, hell no.
Why not? I mean, what if Canelo fights Yildirim?
I'm not stupid.
Man. Nobody knows Yildirim.
I'm not stupid now. Come on, man.
You are stupid, dog. No, don't lie now. You may not be stupid. You know the saying, though, stupid is as stupid does. You know the saying, stupid is as stupid does. Stupid is as stupid talks.
I just wanted to give you my take, man, and people might not like
that. Ain't your take, man. You trolling, man.
Devin and Bill.
You're not serious.
And Bill are gonna be the new faces of boxing.
Man, see, that's what I'm saying. You just trolling. Bill Haney is never gonna be the face of boxing. He's not a boxer.
Well, you know what I mean. Him and the son. They're
him and the son.
He just won manager of the year. They just
who gave him manager of the year?
I forgot the organization's name.
But you're going to tell a lie that he got manager of the year? There's no way he's manager of the year.
You know, he won the manager of the year.
Let me tell you.
I promise.
There is no way that he is manager of the year.
Are you saying that as your opinion, or
I mean that as a damn anybody that calls him the manager of the year got paid for it. Ain't no damn way he's manager of the year.
Do you know Bill Haney negotiated that Ryan Garcia fight on his own? He didn't need.
Do you know that Al Heyman negotiated a fight between Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia, Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, and Canelo Alvarez and Jermell Charlo? Do you know Al Heyman is their managers? There's no fucking way that Bill Haney is manager of the year over Al Heyman. No way. For that Rudy Poot fight that he negotiated.
Bill Haney's real smart, man. I don't know.
He's nowhere near manager of the year over somebody like Al Heyman. I got it. Now, here's a question for you. If you had a vote for manager of the year, who would you vote for? Al Heyman or Bill Haney?
Man, the way I'm seeing Bill treat his son, I got to go with Bill, bro.
You would go with Bill Haney for some Rudy Poot ass fight. Rudy Poot ass fight with Lomachenko and Regis Prograis over a guy who got the 3 biggest fights of the year?
Fernand,
are you serious? What kind of standard do you have?
The lens that Bill goes to for his
what
fight.
Kind of standard did you use? There's no comparison between the two. None.
I'm just saying Bill's passion.
Who do you have? Do you have a bench rider as the NBA MVP too?
No.
Who do you got as who did you have as the MVP last year? Who did you have as the MVP last year? Patrick Beverly? Is that your NBA MVP?
No.
Who do you got for the NFL? Who do you got for the NFL MVP?
Patrick Mahomes.
No. It's the quarterback for the Bears. No, it's the quarterback for the Bears. It must be. Or Aaron Rodgers. I think it must be Aaron Rodgers.
I think Bill's more passionate about his fighters.
What do you mean he's more passionate? Have you ever heard the man speak?
Bill Haney, yeah.
It's not about no. I'm talking about Al Heyman.
I mean,
what do you mean he's more passionate?
Stories.
How do you know he's more passionate? He failed to get a Gervonta Davis fight.
Look at how he failed to get his
one.
son.
He failed to get that fight.
I know they had $20 million.
And he couldn't get it done. So how you give him, hey, man.
But, I don't want to hold you up too long.
Hey, man, don't. Yeah, please. Please don't hold me up.
Give you my.
Hey, seriously. Go to the boxing barbershop where people wear boxing gloves and punch you while their hair gets cut.
You don't got to mock me for saying that, man.
I have to mock you because it's just, I have time to.
A barbershops that talks about boxing. You know what I mean. You know what it is. But
no, I don't know of I have never heard of a barbershop that specifically talks about boxing.
Yes. They do.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Where is it?
It's all good, man.
Where is it? Where's this barbershop where they advertise, we talk boxing here? I have never seen that. I've never even heard of it.
I don't know about no advertising. You just go in there and then they're talking about boxing.
All of a sudden they running off boxing talk.
Yeah, they're talking about boxing. Like they know who Tank is, they know who Canelo is, they know who Devin is, they know who
Ryan. How about you? They what are their names? They know.
Come on, man. Now you're doing
listen, man. Seriously, man. No. If you go into most barbershops, most of them know very little about. I promise you, most of them know very little about boxing.
Okay.
They're probably going to be talking about basketball and football. You may get some baseball. You'll get a big fight conversation every once in a while. But dog, okay, stop it. All right. The barbershops that you go to, they probably talking about cricket. Some shit like that. Okay. Talk about the barbershops you go to. You think they're talking about Devin Haney in your barbershop? Where they give you that swoop bang, where they out there cutting, when they're out cutting swoop bangs.
I don't have a swoop bang.
That's my laugh, not yours. By the way.
Yeah.
It's my laugh. Anyway, Big Dog Willie said Devin has a diary. It's called the Guinness Book of World Records. Devin Haney is about to start a fire, be able to start a fire using an extinguisher because Bill said so. Pretty much. Anyway, man, ain't nobody know Devin Haney, man. Y'all better stop that shit. Man, ain't nobody really know Devin Haney like that, man. Please, except for hardcore boxing fans, man. And he's a very good fighter, no doubt about it, dog. He really is. Big Dog Willie in the building. Devin Haney crosses the road. The vehicles look both ways. I like that one's a great one. Big Dog Willie said Haney had a staring competition with the sun and won. Man, I used to stare at the sun. You get that little thing in your eye forever. King went to My T Sharp, coming to America. Oh, that one. Yeah. You know those. You mean those boxing barbershops? You mean black barbershops is what you're really trying to say is a black barbershop. But let me tell you what King screwed up because he wanted to say black barbershop, but he didn't want to say black barbershop. King, man. Thank you for that conversation. Boxing barber, where you get a fade, then catch a fade. Iceman Vamp, thank you, brother. And Banks Felipe, much love in that super chat, brother. Thank you so much. And Phoenix the Assassin said, King is dumb. Dude said he looks at Bill, treats his son. You look at the ability as a father to determine managerial capability. No, seriously, though, somebody that said, the one that said Bill is a manager. Bill's not a promoter. Bill's a manager. He's not really a promoter. Like, because he's not putting on any events. He's not promoting any events. I mean, they have a promotional company, but a promotional company in the sense that it's not the same. Doesn't operate for the same purpose. He goes to the salon, not a barbershop. Yeah, it's like, yeah, man, exactly. Exactly. Give me 1 second. Hey, Echo, what's on your mind, man?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? Are you okay?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. I was on Blood's stream last night. It was a long stream, it was, but it was long. If you ask him, he'll tell you how long it was. Extremely long. Anyway, I just wanted to come on and just say that about the Frank Martin fight. That's a good fight. That is. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. And the problem is people are going to judge it that Tank's not stepping up, but it is a step-up fight in some way. I think it's a better opponent than his last 2 or 3 for sure. And if you say that again.
No, I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a good step-up fight. And the problem is, well, the challenge for Tank is if he wins. If you don't knock him out, then he'll say, well, he did knock out a bomb. And if he loses, then he is the bomb. It's like he can't win. I think it's a no-win situation for him, really, because he's not expected to win, Martin. You know, so I think it's a good fight. I actually think Frank Martin could be a good challenge for him to really test how both of them are, really, as well. I think it's not an easy fight. I definitely think it's not an easy fight. And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, of a tough fight. And anybody saying that Isaac Cruz is not a good fighter, or at least a test of some sort, because he has had tests and there've been step-ups. You've only got to look at his career from when he started to fight those guys. Same as Mayweather, he had the same problem. Before he fought Hernandez, he didn't fight anybody that was that great. But it was step up until what was it, Jesus Chavez, then he fought somebody else, and he fought Hernandez.
It's Jesus. Whenever it's Jesus.
Jesus, yeah. So, but that was the the step up fight for him, really. But whatever Frank does, you know, in this fight, he'll be judged by how well he does or how bad he does. So, but I think it's a good fight. And anybody's thinking that, you know, it's just a foregone conclusion, I think they're wrong in there, you know, for sure. And I think he's a very skillful fighter as well. I mean, Frank Martin could probably beat Devon. He's got the skills to beat Devon. But then Devon's got the skills to beat anybody. Same as Shakur. Until they fight each other, nobody really knows what's what, really. And you can assume, we don't know, we only believe who can win. We don't really know anything. And the only way we're going to know is if they fight. But this is a good fight. And I was kind of surprised that it was announced today, to be honest.
I was. I'm not surprised at all. That shit was the logical. It was the only logical thing.
That was probably no, but what I'm trying to say though, it was probably the best option for Tank to this fight. But they were talking about other people as well that he could have fought as well. So, I mean, a lot of people would have probably thought, well, maybe that he's going to take an easy option. But this is not an easy option fight. This is a good fight. This is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if you know, people give him the credit, even though even if he knocks him out, they won't probably give him the credit for it. They won't, and they'll say, "Well, who did Frank Martin fight? You know, he's not had any world champions on his resume or whatever. You know, he's never. Who has he fought?" And there's a lot of people going around now. I looked on the internet quickly, And people are actually saying, who's he fought? Why is he fighting him? But everybody's at that point at some stage. You've got to step up the ranks, and do what you need to do. Nobody goes from world champ. Nobody goes from 1 or 2 fights, 3 fights to become world champion. Unless when Lomachenko did that, but not anybody else has ever done that. Done that. So I think it's a great fight, really, for Tank. But this could be the fight that could prove his skill, because this is a fight for skill. This is not about power, because the reason why I say that is because everybody's talking about Tank's power, and I don't think he wins because of his power. It's because of accuracy, skill, timing, the ability to have a good corner man as well. Because you can have the skill. I mean, I call it the 5 S's. You can have the skill, and you can have the stamina, because the stamina gives you the ability to carry on through the fight with your skill. But then you need the strategy as well, and also you need the spirit. And the spirit is what takes you through the fight. And this is where all the greats have had to do it, because they've had to overcome obstacles. And I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of these fighters are not being given the credit, because they're not overcoming adversity. And everybody thinks, well, Tank's always having easy fights because he's only winning the fights because he's so good. I think Tank is in the same situation as Mike Tyson, because he was knocking everybody out in the beginning. Mike Tyson had 15 fights in his first year. He did. He was knocking everybody out. And basically, it would have been in what you would call the Who Needs Me club. And that's the same with Tank, because he was knocking everybody out. I'm sure it was very difficult to get people to fight him. And now, they've got to fight him now, because there's nobody else left. So what is he going to do? Stay there and fight everybody below him? He won't do that. He won't. So this is like what we call maybe a stepping out party to prove who he is, and if he does a really good job with Martin, I think it'll be a good showcase for him. But I hope people give him the credit for being a great boxer, because he truly is. He truly is a great boxer. Just not given the chance to prove, through, because all you can do is fight who's there, Fanon. You can't fight people that are not there. And if they're in the different division, like junior welterweight, like Matias and all those guys, Theo, how can he fight them unless he goes up? And he's not ducking anybody. He's not ducking anybody, because they went out of the lightweight division. So as far as I'm concerned, I mean, he's done exactly what he should have done. I think it's really. I hope people give him the credit, though. I really do. But I think the difference in this fight will be with the cornermen and the strategy, not the power. I think it will be the strategy.
Cool. Hey, I got a guy that just popped up right behind you, man.
That's okay. I'm going to go now because I've got a lot of things to do today.
All right, brother. You guys were on for 10 hours, almost 10 hours yesterday.
Yeah, well, I was on and off, but Did you check?
10 hours. It was the live stream was 9 hours and 54 minutes. You guys were talking about, that's a long conversation. All right, man. Back with you, sir. Thank you, Echo.
You take care. Bye-bye.
Whoever that was, LLM, you were behind, you were on, and then you jump right off, man. There's the link again. Man, I don't know why you guys act like Frank Martin doesn't have the ability to beat Devin Haney. Why not? I saw you kept saying that. Why not? Why not? Real quick, though. And I need to holler at that dude. In the cat, much love in this Cash App. Thank you. Hey, great. Hey, thank you, Mr. Brian. Hey, Rashawn Bryan, thank you so much for the $5 holler. Says great podcast, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for that support. Thank you. And Maria says showing support. Thank you so much. Oh man, them narratives, them dudes wild, man. And I don't know why you think Frank. I want to know who said Frank Martin. Why don't you think Frank Martin could beat Devin Haney? Has the ability to beat Devin Haney? Why not? I already know what kind of answer that I'm going to get, but I would love to somebody to explain to me that. Why would Frank Martin not be able to beat Devin Haney? It's a tune-up for of course it is. That's what it is always going to be. What's going on, Kamal? Give me 1 second, Kamal, before you do that, before you speak, though. I got a couple more things. Mr. Rogers, thank you, sir. Bird 101 said some support. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. They were picking Frank to beat Shakur. Now Frank's a prospect. Yeah, you know. I'm going to love here. And the boxing bar, Mega Deuce said the boxing barbershop, man. What's up, man? Thank you, man. It's hilarious. What's up? What's up, Kamal? You on mute, man?
Hey, what's up, Fanon? How you doing today?
Man, I'm doing well, man. I'm just waiting for people to tell me how Frank Martin is a terrible fighter.
Hey, go ahead and give yourself a victory lap.
Also,
go ahead and give yourself a victory lap and a pat on the back, because you were one of the only people on YouTube that kept on saying that this was next. Everybody else was telling me that El Rayo was next, that the Pitbull Cruise 2 was next. And Fanon, you singularly among the channels that I listen to, and I follow a number of different channels, were insisting that Frank the Ghost Martin was the most logical fight and was likely coming next. Although we haven't had the official announcement yet, I want you to go ahead and run your victory lap for everyone in the comment section.
Yes, because stone cold logic will prevail when you use it. So, when you look at you say, hold on, man, he's the WBA champion, and he has to, for that belt, you have to fight somebody in the top 10. Let's look at everybody in the top 10 and see who's available.
Exactly. And you were arguing that. You were getting heat from these haters. You were getting heat from Frequent Capper, who Frequent Capper must be more angry than his parents when the condom broke and they found out that his mom was pregnant today. Because Tank Davis is taking on a tough fight in Frank Martin. He's taking on a monumental challenge in Frank Martin. And you know who else is angry? Is the same idiots in corporate media that have once again been proven wrong, Fanon. Didn't they tell you and me that Frank Martin was stupid for, quote unquote, turning down a career high payday against Shakur Stevenson? Shakur Stevenson going on every interview in the Sun saying, hey, Frank, you're not the draw. I'm the draw. Know your role. Do you recall these bogus narratives from the Shakur Stevenson fanboys and corporate media lapping that up when once again they were using Shakur Stevenson as a Billy club against the PBC? Do you recall those bogus narratives, Fanon?
Oh, yeah, I do. Now that you mention it.
So Shakur Stevenson.
And hold on, I also remember something about, never mind, because Shakur is the Devin Haney thing. But yeah, I do remember that Frank Martin, I do remember that, how Frank Martin screwed up his payday with Shakur. And now he's going, wow, yeah, thanks, man. Thank you for the reminder.
This is why I love you, Fadal. We feed off of each other. So the pro Shakur fanboys, echoed by corporate media, who can't stand Shakur if he's not, you're using him against Tank or the PBC, by the way. You're using him with Christina Poncher going at Steven Espinoza saying, oh, you cut me out of the photo at the Errol Spence Terrence Crawford fight. You can't stand the guy except to use him as a useful idiot against the PBC. You're also, I said, these people in corporate media cannot stand Shakur Stevenson except when they use him as a billy club or try to use him as a billy club against the PBC. Like when they had that fake outrage over him allegedly being cut out of the promo at the Errol Spence Crawford fight. When Christina Pouncher was echoing the sentiment on Twitter saying, "Oh, they cut you out of the promo," when he was going back and forth with Steven Espinoza. You remember that fake outrage, that manufactured outrage?
Yeah. You mean like for the fight where Shakur Stevenson, the fight that Shakur Stevenson wasn't in?
Exactly. Exactly. And these same people insist now, when this guy has brought it upon himself to make himself look bad with Steven Espinoza and all these other guys, to have the PBC bail him out for his bad career decision. But let's go beyond that, Fanon, because a lot of people have egg on their face.
Hey, hold on one second. Lord Chavo, I see you. Okay, just be patient.
A lot of people have egg on their face. From the same people that told you that bogus poison pill contract offer from Top Rank at ESPN, where they thought that Frank Martin was going to take whatever the hell they were to give him, when they lowballed him, and he walked away. He said, "No, I know what I'm worth. I'm not going to go on ESPN against a great fighter in Shakur Stevenson." And you and I, Fanon, we don't like necessarily some of his antics outside of the ring, but we recognize this guy's a great talent inside of the ring. And he said, "I'm not going to go up against that. I'm not going to go up against the commentary on Top Rank and ESPN. And I'm not going to go up against judges that we've seen historically have screwed over the out-of-house fighter going up against a top-ranked fighter. I know my worth. And I'm going to do what I need to do, and I'm going to stand on my principles." So you had boxing really come to a point where you got really, this is a day, one of the few days of fans of these sports where you really got to thank boxing for getting this right, where a soft-spoken, a humble guy, he doesn't bark and act as a chihuahua outside of the ring and then put you to sleep inside of the ring, and not put you to sleep with his hands, but put you to sleep in a boring contest where he's not throwing. This is a guy in Frank Martin who's always in the gym. He's humble, he's soft-spoken, and he lets his hands, he lets his Derek James do the talking for him. You know, he's earned this shot. He's fought really tough competition. You want to put him up against any of your favorite fighters. I put his resume in terms of the unbeaten guys like Michelle Rivera, who they call Little Ali going into that fight. Frank Martin beats him, and now Michelle Rivera is a bum. Did you notice that, Fanon? Did you know how it went when Frank Martin beat Michelle Rivera? Now Little Ali is no Little Ali. He's a bum now, conveniently.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, of course.
And then Frank Martin beats an Olympian, almost makes the guy quit. The guy was running away from him like Amir Khan did against Maidana in that fight. He almost stopped that guy. And now it was Frank Martin's a bum then. Do you remember those fake agendas, those fake narratives, Fanon?
I remember. Yes, I do.
So you have two camps now. They're going to be really pissed off. You got the anti-Tank fanboys, who I've continuously exposed ever since I've been on your show, Fanon, for the fake race baiting narratives that they try to use against Tank. When I said, in fact, if you do want to go on the ancestry DNA test, he's fought more black African descendant fighters than some of your favorite fighters. And you got the anti-Errol Spence fanboys who are going to be upset because there's a lot of anti-Errol Spence fans who hate anything that is associated with Errol Spence. They hate Derek James, they now hate Ryan Garcia, and they hate Frank Martin. And they're going to be upset. So you guys can listen to your corporate media, tired talking points, the same lies that you've been fed for 7 years about Al Heyman, the same lies that prove once again were fake and bogus about Frank Martin not knowing his worth and Shakur being the draw, and Frank should have taken peanuts from Top Rank in that poison pill contract where they lied to him about the figures, and then they gave him a contract, and Shakur was greedy and he walked away and he knew what he was supposed to do. You can listen to these lies that keep on getting proven wrong, or you can listen to like-minded individuals in terms of me and Fanon, who have been in tune with the boxing game, who see what's going on, and you get a great fight. Other than Beterbiev and Bivol, Fanon, actually I'll put these two at the top with Beterbiev and Bivol. These are the two best fights that have been announced for 2024 that have happened. It's much better than Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, which is a Golden Boy fight, Fanon. It's on a Golden Boy card in Brooklyn. Those two are by far, and the Saudis had to get involved with the first one because Bob Arum, corporate media wouldn't tell you, was blocking undisputed between Beterbiev and Bivol. So Fanon, before I hang up here, I'm just going to tell you a lot of people are angry with this. The bogus race narrative pimps are angry with this. The ones who are continuously attacking Gervonta Davis for no reason. The Errol Spence haters are furious about this fight because these are two guys who are at the top of their craft, two guys who are well proven. Frank has taken tough fight after tough fight after tough fight and come through. He knew his value and he walked away when he was being screwed over. Those people who had the bogus narratives about him taking crumbs from Shakur Stevenson, who tried to sully this guy's name saying, "You're not the draw. I'm the draw. You take whatever I give you." Well, who's got egg on their face now, Shakur Stevenson? What about your fanboys? Who's got egg on their face now? With that, I'm out, Fanon. And oh, yeah, before I go, frequent capper, you're still a bitch. And that's the bottom line because Kamal Oz said so. Deuces.
You got an outro now. Hey, best of mornings, Martin. I see you second, Lord Chavo. Hold on one second. Best of mornings, Mr. Martin and Chained in chat family. I'm late, but I'm still checking in. Can't wait to see Martin Tank gets KO'd, but exciting for the fights. Excited for the fights. Yeah, I love it, man. Oh, the bogus race pimps. Yeah, they are they are race pimps, though, bro. They are. I can't lie, man. I ain't gonna lie though on that one. They are. Like, whatever, man. Like, they are. They are. Frank gets KO'd. Much love, brother. Thank you, Jay Miltz. Lord Chavo, how can I help you?
What's going on? What's going on?
Chilling, man. What's going on with you? What's on your mind?
I kind of caught the stream a little late, but from what I was gathering, you feel like the Frank Martin fight is, better than Devin Haney, Ryan. And do you think Frank Martin could beat Regis Prograis? Because that's been going around a lot too. I'm not sure if you said that or if that was somebody else.
What? I'm sorry. What? What two things again?
Frank Martin is a better fighter, than Regis Prograis. Like, do you think he could beat him?
What was the first one?
The first one was it's not a good fight, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. The better
that
fight
it's
is
not
Tank
a good
Davis.
fight.
Yeah, well, the better fight is Tank Davis and Frank Martin.
I think the better fight is Tank Davis and Frank Martin. Yeah, I think that is a better fight. And I think that Regis Prograis is in a different weight class than Frank Martin. So I really can't speak on it. But Frank Martin is at this stage in his career. I think he's more skilled fighter than Regis Prograis. Yeah.
Yeah, I could. Oh shit, I could understand that for sure. I didn't want to misconstrue what you were saying, but about that first point about it being a better fight, why do you see that it's a better fight? Are you talking from like a standpoint of the money they stand to make or something like that, or is that?
I think it's a better fight. I think it is a more competitive fight. It's a more interesting fight. I think that they're higher level fighters. When you look at the two of them compared to each other, I think they're a fighter between two. The skill level between Gervonta Davis and Frank Martin is higher than the skill level of Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. I don't think that Ryan Garcia is as skilled a fighter as Frank Martin is. I don't think he is. I think that he's a good fighter, but I think Frank Martin is a better fighter. And I think that Frank Martin is a more competitive fight with Gervonta than Ryan and Devin. And as far as the entertainment value of the fight, I think it's a better because you got two guys that are going to go at each other and two guys in Tank and Frank that are going to look to finish the other dude. They're both guys that are getting knockouts. Devin, I don't think is going to engage with Ryan. So I think we're going to see a lot of moving and pivoting from Devin and a real attempt to stay away from any type of exchanges with Ryan. I just don't think it's going to be as entertaining a fight. And there's more mystery to it. There's less mystery to the Ryan and Devin fight because Ryan's already lost to Gervonta.
Right. Yeah. And we know what to expect from Ryan too. I definitely agree with that sentiment, but I still don't think it's as close of a fight, especially watching Frank Martin's last fight. He has a problem with volume. he'll fight in spurts, kind of like Alicia Bumgarner, fighting spurts. But he also don't let his hands go.
Who?
But when
Frank
he
Martin?
he does great. Yeah.
Who? Frank Martin
Like
lets his hands go.
What's that guy? They was trying to push off as Ali Rivera or something, right?
Yeah, Michelle Rivera.
Michelle Rivera. Yeah, that was the greatest I've ever seen him look. He was letting his hands go and wasn't fighting in spurts. He was being smart, calculated.
Then why you say he doesn't let his hands go?
Because the past couple fights he hasn't done that.
He didn't let his hand. I thought Frank Martin was the fight before last.
Huh? You mean Michelle Rivera was the fight?
Michelle Rivera was the fight before last, wasn't he?
I'm not sure. That's why I said I think his last fight or last two fights.
Look, man, the dude that he fought was a guy that was fighting on his back foot. And he had to walk the guy down. And the guy he's Olympic, and I do believe he's either Olympic gold medalist or Olympic silver medalist. That's a good fighter. And when Frank needed to walk him down, he walked him down in the second half of the fight. He listened to his corner. Derrick James said, do you want to look cute or do you want to win? And then he started walking right towards him, and he walked the dude down.
Why did Derrick James? You also got to finish what Derrick James was saying too. He said that he was saying, "Let your hands go." He was even screaming from the corner.
And then he did it.
He already told
him. Then he did it. He walked the man down.
He telling him the whole fight too. He did do it. No doubt about it. He did pull that out. But what I'm saying is he has that problem with volume too.
Who has a problem with volume? He has a problem with people that throw volume punches at him?
No, he has a problem with his volume of punches. He needs to be busier.
If he gets busier with Gervonta Davis, he's going to get knocked out. If he gets busier with Gervonta Davis, he's going to get knocked the fuck out. If he gets just start throwing hands, he's going to get knocked out.
Yeah, I'm not saying just throw hands like Ryan Garcia did. I don't know who the fuck
cannot afford that. Oh, he's a good man. Look, man, we can critique anything. The man is an undefeated fighter. Yeah. He's a top guy in the He's a top guy in the WBC. He's one of the top guys in the WBA. It's a good fight, man. I don't want to sit here and microanalyze the guy.
Yeah, it's a good fight. I'm definitely gonna watch it. But these are the main 2 points I actually have for you. I remember them now. I think you said Frank Martin can beat Devin Haney.
I said, why can't he?
Oh, okay. So you're asking a question.
But I'm going to tell you, yes, he could beat Devin Haney. Yes. He has the ability to beat Devin Haney. Yes. Just like he's got the ability to beat Gervonta Davis. He's that good a fighter. I'm not writing him off. I wouldn't favor him against Devin, but I wouldn't bet my house that he doesn't beat Devin. Frank Martin can fight. You would bet your house on that?
Hell yeah. I think that's more of like an 80-20 chance. Because just a minute ago, you were saying you didn't want to compare fighters from one weight class to another when I asked you about Frank and Ruger.
Let me do something. Stop telling me what I said and ask me what I think, because you keep telling me I'm saying shit that I didn't say. So don't tell me what I said. I know what I think. So stop doing that. Stop trying to throw my words at me when I didn't say that. You just said, you told me that you think that he will beat him. I said, no, I said he can beat him. There's no need for you to keep telling me what I said.
I asked you a question. Was that what you said?
Look, man.
I didn't say you said, but that's okay.
You said multiple times. You said multiple times. You just said. Stop telling me what I said. Because I'm sitting right here. I know what I think. The most important thing is, what do I think?
Okay,
Not
wait. Let me ask you the question again, brother. And I'm not trying to be malicious or.
Let me ask you a question.
Sir. Go ahead, brother.
Why do you think that Frank Martin cannot beat Devin Haney? And if you say 80-20, you're telling me that he can beat him. 80-20 is 80-20. When you say 80% chance that Devin wins, 20% chance that Devin loses, you are telling me that there is a 20% chance that Devin loses. That means it can happen. If I shoot a basket, if I shoot it,
Yeah.
let me tell you how percentages work, son.
No, I know,
If
brother.
I
I
say
know,
I am
brother.
a 20% free throw shooter,
I
and
comprehend very well. I know.
that means I can hit a free throw. I most likely
Yes,
won't,
sir.
but I can. So you tell me why there is 0% chance that Frank Martin can beat Devin Haney.
I was under the impression we weren't gonna tell each other what we thought, but
I'm going to
that's
ask
fine.
you a
What I
question.
mean,
No,
I'm
you're not
answering
under
right
the
now, brother.
impression. You're not under the impression. I'm asking you clearly because you are saying that he can't win. That he can't. Very simple. Can't. But you called it 80-20. So since it's not 80-20, it's 0. Why is it 0%?
I never said 0, brother. I would like
Then you
to tell
think
you
he
what
can
I think
win.
instead of you
Then
telling
you
me
think
what
he
I.
can win. Then you think he can win.
This is what I'm.
Do
I'm
you
just
think he can
explaining
win?
real quick.
Let me ask you what you think.
Anybody, I
Do
think
you
anybody
think-
can win as far as
Do
stepping in that.
you think Frank Martin can win against Devin Haney? Simple yes or no question. Do you think he can win?
Yes, sir.
There you go. So you don't have a disagreement with me. Next subject.
Brother, I never got to even tell you like what I mean by 80-20 instead of you telling me what I mean. What I mean is
you
that
already told me you
20%
think
is
he
a.
can win. I know what 80-20 means. It means 80% chance that Devin wins, 20% chance that Frank wins. That's 80-20.
I'm just saying in one word, puncher's chance. That's the 20%, brother.
Then means he can win.
Been trying to get that out for the 20
That means
minutes.
he can win.
Yeah, shit, I got a puncher's chance too.
So that means he can win.
But like
That
now we're
means you
playing
can win.
semantics. Like
So that means you can. That's not semantics. That's literally the
it is.
definition.
It's just like really. It's like just really a play on words and just childish.
It's not
like,
a
bro,
play on
it's
words,
a puncher's chance.
It's
he's
not
not
a
a big
play on
puncher
words.
either.
It's not a play on words. It is literally me saying, I think Frank Martin can win the fight. It could
And
be
I
a
don't think he
chance.
can.
He can still win.
And I don't think he can.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You said
I
there's a
just said
puncher's
a puncher's chance. A
That
puncher's
means he can
chance.
win. That means he can win.
And not even really a puncher, just like anyone can win in that ring, you get caught with the right punch, even if the person's not a puncher. That's what I mean. If you want me to say it how you want me to say it, nigga, he got 0% chance. That better for you?
Then you're
He's
an idiot.
not big enough.
Then you're
He's
an
not
idiot.
long enough. He's not busy enough. His defense isn't as good as Devin Haney. He's going to get punched down, and he's at 140. He's going to destroy that man. Just
So
a
you
second
pick
ago,
him. So
since
you
we told
pick
each
the
other
man.
what he said, you said you didn't
So
want to compare
you
Frank
pick
Martin
the
to
man.
Rugaru because Rugaru's at 140.
So you
Right or
pick
wrong?
the man. You pick the man to
But
win.
is that right or wrong? Did you or did you not say that?
I think
You
that's
don't want to
completely
compare
and utterly
Rugaru.
wrong. I think it's completely wrong.
No, I said, did you say that? You
Did
don't
I
want to
say
compare Rugaru and Frank Martin because Rugaru is at 140.
Did I say what?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me or am I low?
Yes, and then you didn't make any
You
sense.
said-
Did I say what?
You said you don't want to compare Frank Martin to Rugaru because I asked you who's better. Did you say one is better than the other? And you said you don't want to compare him because he's at 140. You just said he's more skillful though. He has more tools in his bag. That's it. But now we're
Yeah.
comparing Frank Martin and Devin Haney though.
Yeah. You asked me specifically, do I think that Frank Martin is better than Regis Prograis? And I said,
Yeah,
I don't
wanna
really want to compare. I don't want to compare them. Let me fill in a blank. But since you asked, I'll do it. Frank is more
Thank you.
skilled than Regis Prograis.
Okay. Just a little misunderstanding there. I could see that. Because I agree with that.
So let me
But
go
I
back
also
to the
think-
original question.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Frank Martin can beat Devin Haney. It is absolutely possible that he beats Devin Haney. Devin Haney almost lost, and in my opinion, did lose to Vasily Lomachenko. Devin Haney is not some unbeatable, untouchable fighter that nobody has the ability to beat.
Never said that at all, brother.
So why would I say that Frank Martin, who is an undefeated fighter, a world-class fighter, who beat a guy as good as Michel Rivera, who won his last fight against a guy I believe is an Olympic gold medalist, clearly can punch, can box, is a southpaw, can go to the body, has good defense. Why there's no chance that he could beat Devin Haney? When I know full well that he can, if he catches Devin Haney, he's got the power to stop Devin Haney.
Let me ask you these two questions.
No.
What does he do better than Devin Haney won?
For an hour and a half. I answered your question in a very logical way that any boxing fan would have to admit that that is very sound. Frank Martin is a world-class fighter, and he's proved it. He's proven it. He is a knockout puncher. He's proven it. He's a southpaw that can box. He's proven it. He can walk you down. He's got a great corner. Devin is not undefeatable because Devin had a hard time with a southpaw named Lomachenko. So it's possible. Absolutely.
The whole skill set you just named, guess who else had that skill set?
Who?
Rougarou.
No, he doesn't.
The Rougarou, he's not a puncher. He
no,
hasn't proven
Rougarou
himself. And guess what? He got
Rougarou does not. Dude, Rougarou does not have the same skill set as Frank Martin. Not even. What?
I said he. Guess who has all that you just named?
And you said Rougarou. No way.
He's a world-class fighter. And he got some over him.
When have you ever seen Rougarou? When have you ever seen Rougarou? When have you ever seen Regis Prograis fight on the back foot? When have you ever seen him fight on the back foot?
Think he's never had to.
You've never seen him do it.
No one's pushed him back. That's just
not
his fighting style.
He's never done it, so you don't know that he could do it. He's never done it. You've never seen it.
That's a fact.
So don't say you know because they're different fighters, dude. They're not the same. Regis Prograis does not fight anything like Frank Martin does. Nothing like him.
They don't have to have the same fighting style
for him to be able to do the same thing that Frank Martin does. They have to have the same style, son. Yes, they do.
Let me. You said he's a puncher. You said he can box.
I've already answered your questions. And you have a similar style to other people that want to ask me 15, 20 questions. I've already given you my answer. Number one, Frank Martin is a better fighter technically than Regis Prograis. I didn't want to answer the question. I didn't want to make the comparison, but I did it because you asked. And yes, Frank Martin has the ability to beat Devin Haney. I don't think that he would. I'm not going to favor him, but Frank Martin is good enough a fighter where that is a realistic, good, competitive fight that he has the ability to win because he's a world-class fighter and he's already proven that. And whenever you get in the ring with the guy that is a top guy in your division, they have the ability to win. Just like Subriel Matias has the ability to beat Devin, but he probably will not. Just like Teofimo Lopez has the ability to beat Devin. Maybe it will, maybe it won't.
Agreed.
Frank Martin, same thing. And there's nothing unreasonable about that. And I'm so sick of having somebody ask me 35 fucking questions. LLM, how can I help you? You're on mute.
Yeah, man. How you doing, Bernard?
I'm well, but I can barely hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
That's better. If you speak up a little bit or closer to the mic.
Yeah. Okay. As long as you can hear me. Frank Martin is a threat for anybody, man. Frank Martin, that's my guy. I like what he's been doing. I like Frank Martin, him coming up against Gervonta. I got Gervonta winning that fight, but Frank Martin is going to be a hell of a challenge. And I'm glad that Gervonta is actually choosing this fight. This is going to be a better fight than the Ryan Garcia Devin Haney by far. That's how I look at it. Ryan already lost from Tank. I'm rooting for Ryan too. I want Ryan to do good in that fight, but I don't know. He has the stigma that he might just lose from Haney. We'll see what happens. We'll see if he learns from his mistakes. But Frank is definitely a threat, bro. And I like Frank. I like this fight. I can't wait if it does happen. I'll be waiting for it. I'll be there. I'll be there watching, man. That's all I gotta say about that, man. And some of these cats that you be talking to on here, man, be saying some ridiculous stuff, man. They very biased. So that's about it, Fanon. That's what I wanted to say about that.
Hey, thanks, LLM.
For those that think that Frank Martin ain't nothing, Frank Martin is definitely real deal. And I like this fight. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, brother. Thank you, man.
Yeah. All right, man.
Get back. Phoenix hasn't said. Another thing is Frank Martin is fifth fight at 135. Dude's already fought at 147 and 140 and moved down. I don't see anybody talking about that. Yeah, he's he's very strong, man. Very strong, man. Good fighter. I got Nick, then Dean. What's going on, Nick? How can I help you, sir?
Hey, man. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
I can hear you well, sir.
All right. I kind of want to switch gears on it and talk about the Canelo and Benavidez. I'm feeling like Benavidez, he's maybe moving to 175. And I feel like that if he does that, he's taking his fucking foot off of Canelo's neck. I really think he should keep pressing and trying to get that fight, because if he lets Canelo get out of it, I mean, basically he's not gonna have to make the sanctioned bodies make that call and be fair towards everybody and make him fight the number one fighter below him in that division. I just that's my thoughts on that. How do you feel about that part of it?
Well, I think what it was the news was that I see you, Antonio King. The news was that he got a fight approved between him and Wojciech.
Right.
And Wojciech's a good fighter, man. He's a former WBC 175-pound champion, but they got it approved. But it's not that the fight has been negotiated and then he's going to do it for sure.
Yeah.
So, but if he can't get, I mean, it's kind of, like if he does it and that's for an interim title, then he's going to become the mandatory for the undisputed champion at 175, right? So because there's going to be the Bivol fight with Beterbiev. So I think that would put him in a good position in that way. But at the same time, I would like for him to stay at 168 and then try to get that Canelo fight, because I think that's a real, I think that's a real fight that I want to see, man. But I think that he's put himself kind of in a position where both roads work for me. If he really doesn't feel like it's ever going to happen, and then Canelo's just not going to do it, then going up there and putting yourself in a position to fight for all four belts at 175. I think that's, set your own path. I don't mind that at all. And I think either way he goes, he's in a good position,
Yeah, I agree, but I think that when they fight, and I think it's June, Bivol and Beterbiev, I think it's June. And let's say Bivol wins, and then David gets his mandatory, right? I feel like he'll win that fight pretty handily because of his work rate. He's a big dude. I think Bivol is only 6 foot. I think he's going to win that fight out of sheer determination, and he has the technical and pretty good defense. I think he's going to put Bivol on his back. But I would rather see him fight Beterbiev, because, those are two pretty big dudes.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I think the Beterbiev fight, I'll take Benavidez or Beterbiev just as a boxing fan as quick as I take Benavidez and Canelo.
Absolutely, yep.
Like, man, that there is.
I'd rather see Benavidez. That would be a banger of a fight. Really,
man, incredible fight, man. That'd be an incredible fight. Incredibly dangerous for incredibly dangerous for both of them.
Yep. I mean, that's a pins and needles knockout ready to go, man.
For sure.
That's all I wanted to hit on that.
All right, man. Well, thank you. That was a pleasant conversation.
All right, you have a good one.
All right, Nick, get back. I see you, Antonio King. You right after Deem. What's up, Deem?
What's up, big dog? How you doing,
hey,
sir?
I'm good, man. Before you do your thing, though, let me get Lorenzo with the big $20 holler, brother. Thank you to everybody that supports the channel, allows it to continue to go. For sure. Thank you. And please forgive me for the dude that said, the guy that called before Nick, the last guy I talked to, somebody said, he's a troll. Of course I knew that shit was going to come around to some bullshit before long. Whenever somebody wants to ask me 15 questions, it's always coming around to some bullshit. Kamal Oz laying the smack down. Yes, sir. Thank you for that $2 holler, brother. And Shakur played himself by not taking that extra oomph. Tony, yes, sir. I don't think Shakur played himself at all. Shakur's the WBC world champion and in a really good position. Period. I think, I think they're champion. All three of those guys are champions. Devin Haney and Gervonta Davis are champions. Frank Martin, more than likely, is going to get a shot at a championship. And it is what it is, man. I don't think anybody's screwed up. And I definitely don't believe nobody offering no 20. Gervonta Davis ducked $25 million for fuck out of here, Connor Ben shit. Anyway, what's going on, Dean?
Hey, what's up, Fanon, man? I guess we fortune tellers, Fanon. You remember months ago, Fanon, when they was talking about Ryan Garcia, and we would bring that up, they would sit up there and say what, Fanon? Ryan Garcia's not good. Ryan Garcia is an exhibition fighter. He's an Instagram fighter. That's what we heard, Fanon. Those same people want to talk about, well, Ryan's going to be better. Fanon, I know you always like to use people's words, and we listen to what people say. His weight has nothing to do with y'all talking about his skill. Y'all said Ryan is a bad fighter. Stick to what you say from months ago. This is why I love YouTube, Fanon, because we can go back months to people coming on panels, just like King was up here. He can't remember. I can't recall. I bet you can't recall when you start lying and stuff like that. It's easy to not recall. And then, Fanon, don't you remember when they were saying, well, Tank don't fight nobody? You remember a few months ago. And
I remember they said that shit the day before yesterday.
Tank don't fight nobody, right? And they said, this is what they said.
They said he'll never fight Frank Martin.
I mean, maybe I'm getting amnesia for non.
No, I heard people say it. He will never fight Frank Martin. He'll never fight Frank Martin.
Then they say he would never fight black fighters. He don't give the brothers no opportunities. That's what we heard. But now it's so funny. Now the new narrative for non is that Tank's ducking Shakur. Since he fight Frank Martin and everything. Now that's the new narrative out there. Tank's ducking Shakur. And I can't believe what I heard earlier, Fanon, that they going to sell more than Tank. Devin and Ryan's going to sell more than Tank.
I guarantee you they will sell. No, I'm going to disagree with you, Dean. I guarantee they're going to outsell Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia. I mean, they're going to outsell Gervonta Davis and Frank Martin. Because it doesn't matter what the numbers actually are, they're going to say it anyway.
No, you're right. It was times 11. Didn't you tell me that it was
exactly? They're going to, whatever that shit is, you multiply that shit by 11. It is going to happen. Wow. You already know it. The gate will be bigger until we find out 5 days later that it wasn't. The pay-per-view is going to be bigger until we find out that it wasn't. And
wow. That's all I wanted to say, Fanon. I just couldn't believe. I just knew all of this stuff was coming. We've been calling this out for a while. I told everybody Devin was going to fight Ryan. They deem he ain't fighting Ryan. It's too much to go on. They not. Okay, listen, I see how people move. I watch, I listen. And because I try not to come at things from a bias standpoint, Fanon, I would never lie on Devin Haney or Terrence Crawford. You know how I feel about Errol Spence. But I've even defended Terrence Crawford because I got to keep it 100. But I just want to just put it out there though, Fanon. These guys said one thing months ago, been arguing, like you said, the day before yesterday, and dramatically now Ryan Garcia is better than Frank Martin. So I'll let you go, Fanon. Continue the show. Everything that you're doing, man, keep doing your thing, man.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, Dean. Have a wonderful day, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Antonio King. What's going on, Antonio King? How can I help you, sir?
What's up, boss man? What's going on, sir?
I'm good, brother.
Man, I had to get on here, man, because I'm hearing this dude saying what he said. Look, Devin Haney will not and have not fought a person with the skill level of a Frank Martin. And for him to say that that Frank Martin don't have a chance, my God, man, Frank Martin, man, is the type of fighter that will hit Devin Haney in between him throwing throwing shots and get him and hit him with a nice a clean up or something or another like that. Man, with the speed and the power that boy got, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm nervous for Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying, for fighting this, but I'm glad that he took the fight because you know what I'm saying, because it's going to it should shut up all of the naysayers. You know what I'm saying, that's out here talking that crap. You know what I'm saying, about him, and but for him to say that, man, about Devin Haney, man, Frank Martin a dangerous fighter, boss, man, for real, for sure. You know what I mean? That's it. That's all I got. But with that.
All right, Antonio. Thank you, man. Good to put a face to the name, man. Good to see you again, man.
I've been on here before.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it's good to see you again. You been on the chat before?
Yeah, I've been on the chat before, and I've been on here before.
Oh,
you
my bad.
Don't recognize me right there. I got my hair cut.
Oh, okay, but I won't forget twice, brother. All right, man.
Yeah. All right, bro.
Bye. Yes, sir. Jorge said, I saw an article, David Benavidez and Wojciech for the WBC title shot at lightweight, light heavyweight in June. Do you know anything about it? I don't think that it is in June. I thought they just got the approval for it. I think they just got the approval for it. Now, yeah, it says he's keen to nail down the Benavidez fight in June. So they will probably fight if I get you out of there, man. If they will fight if David Benavidez doesn't get the Canelo fight. But I think Canelo Alvarez is his first option. I remember I saw it, but it wasn't about that. They just got it approved. They got the fight approved. And he wants to do that if he can't get the Canelo fight. But they're still trying to get the Canelo fight. They're still trying to get the Canelo fight. Deborah Booker in the building say, hey, much love, man. What's Deborah Booker? What's going on, missionary? I see you, brother. Much love, Deborah Booker. Thank you. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning, Deborah Booker. I hope you're doing well. Mitch De Niro in the building. What's up, Mitch? I can't hear you, Mitch. I disagree. He is not fought. Oh, that's not for me. I don't think Devin Haney's fought better competition than a Frank Martin. I'm not. Let me put it this way. Lomachenko is extremely good competition. I mean, Lomachenko has the name, and he's very, very good competition. So I don't know if Frank Martin is a better competition than Lomachenko. But at the age that the fighter is, and the fighting, and the fact that I think Devin, honestly, man, I didn't want to be called a hater. Really, I think Devin Haney lost that fight to Lomachenko. Like, I vacillate between it. I kind of go in between, man. But really, Devin got slapped around in that Lomachenko fight. And there's a lot of people that thought he lost that fight. But is Lomachenko that much better than Frank Martin at this? I don't know. Because, dude, Frank Martin it's a hell of a fighter, man. And the thing with Devin and Frank Martin is not going to come right at you. Frank's going to box, man. Frank's going to box. He's going to box you. And he's big, too. What's going on, Mitch?
Hey, what's going on, Fanon? Top of the morning to you in the chat. So,
top of the morning.
I want to go ahead and just break down this whole skill set with why Gervonta Davis and Frank Martin is a better fight than Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, and why Frank Martin is better than Ryan Garcia. So as we seen in the Ryan Garcia fight versus Gervonta Davis, Ryan Garcia did exactly what he's known to do. He's gonna come forward. He got a good hook, a good left hook, and that's what he banked on. Kept coming forward, and Gervonta Davis was able to sit back, put him in a trap, and counter. Now with Frank Martin has the skill set of not a lot of fighters have. Frank Martin got a good check hook, both with right hand and the left hand. He got a great straight left right down the middle, and he's also very patient. And behind that patience, he has power. So this is going to be a chess match for Gervonta Davis. He's not going to be able to just sit back and catch Frank Martin coming in being overly aggressive. Frank Martin is going to engage, step back, move around a little bit. He has a good check right and a good check left and a straight left that's gonna cause problems for Gervonta. So when it comes down to skill, Frank Martin and Gervonta Davis by far is the better fight. No questions about it. We really gonna see Gervonta Davis utilize all his other talents besides just his power. So what you think about that, Fanon?
I mean, I think that's a good breakdown, man. I think it's a good breakdown. I don't have an issue with it.
So, and one more point. If you go back and watch Frank Martin fights, when Frank Martin is excellent at controlling distance. When he come in and he land his shots, he slip a punch. If you notice, he take a step back. That's the same thing Gervonta Davis can do. Gervonta Davis is very explosive. He's good at controlling distance, especially being a fighter that's usually shorter with shorter arms. So I can't wait. I'm actually trying to make plans to take off work, and I want to go out there to that Gervonta Davis Frank Martin fight. Nah, don't get me wrong. I think Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia is going to be more of a let's see. We're going to see Ryan Garcia chase Devin Haney around the ring, but from what I've seen, Devin Haney, he added a little bit more power with that amazing 25-pound weight gain. I don't know how he did that, but I hope that he don't get caught by Ryan Garcia, because we're going to see him walking around like a baby gazelle. That's all I got.
All right, man. I get back Mitch Gennaro.
All
right, man. Hey, thanks, bro. You're making my morning roasting people. He said the barbershops, boxing barbershops to Tank, clout chasing Connor, Roy Boy, Ben. Salute to your channel. For now, hey, thank you for the support, Andre Robinson. Thank you, man. Phoenix Assassin back up. What's up, Phoenix?
Oh yeah, just thoughts about Frank Martin and Gervonta, because I was actually curious after I saw the fight was announced, so I went back last night to go ahead and watch some of Frank Martin's fights. And yeah, one thing I've noticed that I think could be the biggest factor in the fight is one difference between the two of them. that could easily be overlooked unless you're paying attention, and that is that it is not often that Frank Martin punches while moving backwards or off the back foot. I mean, like that first knockdown that Gervonta got on Ryan Garcia, you see Gervonta was moving backwards, had rolled under the left hook, and came back with his left to knock Garcia down. Or even like Gervonta's knockout punch that he got on Raleigh Romero was while moving backwards. But Frank Martin either plants his feet or comes forward most of the time when he's punching. He doesn't really punch like that while going backwards. He'll usually cover up and try to get out of range. He doesn't really stand in the pocket all too much either whenever it comes to like slipping punches and stuff like that. And I think that's something that could work in Gervonta's favor as far as walking him down because, you know, I've touched on it before. Once Gervonta gets to that point where he's determined what distance he needs to be away from you, and he's essentially closed it to nullify any reach disadvantage he may be at, he starts countering and he goes to the body very well. So going to the body, I don't know how often Frank Martin's taken body shots. I don't know how he is whenever he has to deal with that, but that is something that I think would definitely give Gervonta the edge in the fight if that is something that remains consistent and he takes advantage of it. So with that, apart from that, I think that both of them are pretty close, you know, as far as their footwork, their speed. You know, both of them are southpaws, and I think Frank does get touched a little more. But yeah, I think that one key difference could work in Gervonta's favor. But that's all I had.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that breakdown, Phoenix.
Yeah, for sure.
Peace. Alton Jones asked a question: is Haney versus Garcia pay-per-view? I think it is. We'll see. But I think it is. I think it is pay-per-view. It probably shouldn't be, but I think that it is. Hey, what's up, Zulu Lion? Hey, man, I followed you on Instagram, Zulu Lion. Salute for nine. Much love in that super chat. Thank you, sir. On that Cash App. Thank you, sir, for the support, man. Big time. And thank you to everybody that supports the channel. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, I'll go back and look for that. But they don't have money for the fight, so I don't know how the fight's going to happen anyway. Rashad Warren said it's not pay-per-view for nine. Yeah, I keep hearing it is. I hear it's not. I hear it is. I hear it's not. I haven't seen it written. I have not seen it written down on any of the flyers for the fight. I haven't seen that. But if it's not, I mean, I think that's a really good decision. Because it's really, you know, I don't think it's pay-per-view worthy, you know, but there's other fights that are like, again, people are using pay-per-views now really to offset their costs. It should be, I'll pay for it. I mean, I'll pay for it, but I don't think it should be. I'm already paying for it on DAZN. I got to pay $30 a month for that raggedy ass app that makes me watch way more UK fighters than I ever want to see. Jeez, it's like a Benny Hill boxing show. Like, God, dog, man, I have never, ever seen UK fighters hyped up this much. Ever. Dude, those are second-tier fighters. Third-tier fighters. They're second and third-tier fighters. Fourth-tier fighters in a lot of cases. And I'm super familiar with them. There's no reason I should see that many Frazier Clark fights. I should never see that many Frazier. I thought you were mentioning the Tank fight. I don't know what you mean, Mark Ambrose. Man, I haven't broken down Frank Martin like that. Man, I watch Frank Martin, man. I'm watching enjoy the fight, man. Like, I'm going to just honestly, man. Like, I have to sit down and watch it to do all of that. Like, watch it 2-3 times to do all of that. Really, I'm just enjoying the fight. You know, I'm not sitting there watching nitpicking people. That's why I don't really believe. That's like, do you notice how Phineas the Assassin said, oh, I went back and I looked at the Frank Martin fight? He didn't say that he noticed all of this the first time he saw the fight. He went back and looked at it. And you break it down and you look and you say, okay, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing this, he's doing that. In reference to the pay-per-view, Tank is definitely pay-per-view. Is Lennox Lewis third tier? No. Lennox Lewis is also, hey, what's going on, man? Money Brown said, what's going on, Fanon? What's going on, Fanon? What's going on, OG? Got the full beard going. Yeah, man, I'm tired of shaving. I get tired of shaving. I also learned to trim it down a little bit so I don't have to cut it all off. But yeah, man. I got it going. Still a little patchy right about here, but you know, it works. It works. Thank you, brother, for the support, man. Thank y'all for putting. What's going on, D? Excuse me. Nothing is up, man. I'm going to switch to this Canelo Alvarez. They got $60 million for Canelo Alvarez all of a sudden. Where's Kyle when I need Kyle? Where you at, Kyle? See, I was surprised that that's what King actually called in about. The PBC has $60 million, according to reports. $60 million for a David Benavidez Canelo Alvarez fight. How can that be? You guys are, you know what, man? You guys do more damage than I do. You guys are vicious out here in the audience. God dog. That's why you got Rollo in here all mad all of a sudden, because they read the comment section. I don't read the comment section. Alexis said, here's for the black barbershops. I mean boxing. That man, you mean the boxing barbershops? That man said the boxing barbershops, man. The boxing barbershops. The boxing barbershops. Hey, man, I want to know where they got this $60 million from. I want to know, where did you get the $60 million from? When they just yesterday didn't have 35. Why is the PBC not broke all of a sudden? They can come up with $60 million guaranteed for Canelo, but they can't come up with $35 million for Jamal. Let's not keep talking about Frank Martin and Gervonta, which is a very good fight. Let's talk about where this money came from all of a sudden. Tank is giving me the fights I want to see from him. Haney fans stay hating. Oh, yeah, for sure. Man, I was excited about the last two Gervonta fights. Yeah, I don't understand this. Oh, they got the $60 million from Bill. They got the $60 million from Bill Haney. Hey, man. Can I ask you a question? Do you know of any Saudi Arabian fighter that got a guaranteed offer of $60 million? $60 million. What happened to they need the Saudis to come in and bring this money in. Marcus Robinson said if the arguments weren't so bad, we would not be so vicious. Yeah, y'all are vicious, bro. Y'all are vicious. I need for somebody to click and tell me where this money came from. I want to know where this money came from all of a sudden. Hey, Kyle, are you worried anymore? Kamal says that $60 million is from Carver's hedge fund. Where did $60 million come from? Doghouse 33, what's up, man? Appreciate the content, OG, doing your thing. In terms of Tank and Martin, come on. Ryan and Rolly was Tank's last two fight. Definitely a step up. I don't know if it's a step up or not. But I didn't say it was. First of all, a step up. Watch this. Let me use the word step up in the proper fashion. A step up fight is where you go from one level to the next. Okay? Like you're a prospect and now you're a contender. From a contender to a champion. Okay? So let's say, for example, that Gervonta Davis fights Leo Santa Cruz, who is a Hall of Fame level fighter. And in the next fight, he fights Rolly Romero. And in the next fight, he fights Frank Martin. Rolly Romero may be a better fight than Rolly Romero, but it's not a step-up fight because he's not stepping up to a new level. He's already been at that level. He was at that level with Leo Santa Cruz. That's not a step-up fight. So let's use an even more great example of it. Floyd Mayweather Jr. beats Oscar De La Hoya. He then beats Ricky Hatton. Then he beats Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao is not a step-up fight for him because he already fought Oscar De La Hoya. That's what a step-up fight is. It means that you're stepping up to a different level of competition in your career. There's going to be ups and downs in between fights. But when he fought Jose Pedraza for a world title, that was a step-up fight. He stepped up from fighting lower level competition. That's not a step-up fight. It's a step up for Frank. It's not a step up for Gervonta. I'll be very interested in this lie. But hey, Doghouse, no joke. I appreciate you coming by the channel. I do. I know who you are, by the way, just so you know. I have seen you a bunch of times. I don't comment all the time, but I see you, and I appreciate that support. Jerry Smith, thank you, brother, for that support, man. Yes?
You were asking about the $60 million. I'm here to answer that.
Oh, you know Al Heyman.
No, Eddie Reynoso denied that they got any offers for $55 million. And that guy, Samson, he deleted that tweet where he said they offered Benavidez or
Benavidez's father said that too.
They denied, yeah. So,
excuse me.
They denied. Eddie
Nobody ever said at all that there was a $35 million guarantee for. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? You lying again? You get up here and tell a lie real fast and move away? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
My thing went out. Sorry.
Nobody said that there was a $35 million offer for Canelo Alvarez for Jamal. You believe that? Nobody said it.
I'm just here to comment on what you were saying. That's all.
I'm just here to comment on you believe the 35 million and nobody said that. Nobody.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
By the way, Samson Leskovich said it happened. Deleting the tweet doesn't mean he didn't say it happened. He said it happened.
Canelo's
And so did Jose Benavidez. So did Jose Benavidez Sr. They both
manager denied the offer. So I mean, that's all I can look at.
No, you will take anybody's word for something that makes the PBC look bad. You didn't hear anybody say $35 million was offered to Canelo for Jamal. Did you? Why did you believe that?
I just came here to comment on that, man.
Well, I'm asking. Thank you for commenting. Now I have a question. Why do you believe that Jamal that Canelo was offered $35 million for Jamal when nobody said that was true? But you have two parties that are involved in the negotiation, and they said it did happen. But you don't believe it when people that are actually party to the negotiation said it happened. But you believe it when nobody says it at all.
I mean, it just depends on how you look at a situation. You might look at it differently.
Let me look at the situation because we just put it on the table. No, Canelo never said that he was offered $35 million guaranteed for Charlo. He never said it. Charlo never said that there was $35 million offered to Canelo for a fight with him. Never. The PBC never said it. Never.
I don't know.
Samson Leskovich said that it was $55 million offered to Canelo. Jose Benavidez Sr. said that there was $55 million offered to Canelo. They actually said it.
I hope that fight happened.
Nobody said it. Nobody said it in the scenario where you believed it. But somebody said it in the situation where you say you don't believe it. I just need to understand your rationale.
Again, I want to see that fight too. Nobody wants to see the PBC go down.
I'm asking you specifically, why do you believe something that nobody said, but you don't believe it when somebody actually said it?
Fanon, I got some.
Can I come up with something where I think it may be the case? Matter of fact, I'm going to, because it's consistent. When it was them not being able to pay $35 million, you believe it. When they can't pay $35 million, you believe it. But when they can pay $55 million, you don't believe it.
Fanon, I have the right to believe whatever I want.
I didn't say you don't have the right. You clearly have the right to believe what you believe.
Yeah, and that's my belief.
I'm asking you why you believe what you believe. I have the right to eat whatever food I want to eat. If you ask me why I eat the food, I can give you a reason. I'm hungry. I'm bored. I like the taste. My mother made it and I want to make her feel good. There's a reason behind you doing the things you have the right to do.
It's just some sources, man. There's a lot of sources. Rumors.
You believe Rick Glazier. You believe Rick Glazier over people that are involved in negotiation?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, there's a lot of rumors going around.
Can you tell me who you work for, please?
Come on, man. Let's not do that, bro.
No, I mean, I want to do it, man. Seriously, man. Is there ever going to be a point in time where you come up here with and display integrity?
I am displaying integrity.
Well, you're not playing this integrity when you believe something. Only when it is a case that it makes somebody, the PBC, look bad. But if it makes the PBC look good, you're quick to say it's not true. You're quick to say it's true if it makes the PBC look bad. But you're very slow to say anything's true if it makes them look good.
At the end of the day,
Even though yesterday, before this discussion even came up, I said, why would I ever doubt that they have the money to make these fights, seeing as Amazon Prime struck a deal with them? Who do you think is coming up with this $65 million guarantee?
Fanon, do you know what type of deal that is, bro?
What type of deal it is?
With Amazon?
Yes, it's called a distribution deal.
Exactly. A distribution deal. And
right. So why you have to pay to distribute?
PBC, Amazon is not going to be putting up much money for these fights, man.
How do you know that? They have to pay. Where did the $65 million come from then?
Those pay-per-view fights have to generate. They're going to be
where did the money
low budgets.
Where did the money come from? They said they offered $55 million. Where'd the money come from?
When the fight gets made and Canelo has a guaranteed purse, then I can tell you where the money came from.
Where did the money come? Where's the money coming from for Gervonta and Frank Martin?
From that fight.
Where's the money coming from Tim Tszyu and Keith Thurman?
That's just what I've heard, man.
You believe any bullshit that's negative for the PBC? You think they don't have any money, but yet they're making fights with no money.
It's a distribution deal, Fanon.
Distribution deals pay money.
They pay money up front?
Yes. 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 Amazon distribution deals pay money up front. Yes. Yes. Do you know Showtime distribution deals pay money up front? Do you know what kind of contract Matchroom has with DAZN? A distribution deal. Did you know that?
Matchroom has a distribution deal contract with DAZN?
Yes. Because that's what they do. They distribute their fights. Yes.
Matchroom gets a budget for every fight.
Matchroom, exactly. A budget in exchange for distributing their fights.
From what I've heard, the PBC's not getting a budget.
They're only distributing the fights. That's what they're doing. They pay the money for the right to distribute it. The money that they pay to distribute it goes to the promoter, and the promoter then will pay that to their fighters. They have an exclusive distribution deal for all Matchroom fights. That's what a distribution deal is. They're not a promoter, so they don't have a promotional deal. They're not a manager, so they don't have a managerial deal. They're not an advisor. They're a distributor of sports content. They're not a producer, even though they do have a production budget to allow them to distribute it. You listen to idiots. They have a deal to distribute it, because how do you see it? On DAZN. And why do you see it on DAZN? Because DAZN is distributing it. Do you know what the word distribute means?
I've just
You're an AP English. You're an AP English.
I used to take it, but that has nothing to do with anything.
It has a lot to do with it. What does it mean to distribute?
Is that a serious question?
It's a serious question. What does it mean to distribute?
Distribute means to distribute. That's what it means.
No, distribute is distribute. What does it mean? It means to pass around, provide access to.
Yes, sir.
If you distribute somebody's albums, you are the one that takes the albums and you hand them to the people that want them to pass them around. So if you want to see a Matchroom fight, where do you have to go to see it? Who is distributing it to you?
DAZN Boxing, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean they put a budget in front of it. But every distribution.
Wow.
Fanon, come on. Man.
Wow. That is a distribution deal, isn't it?
It doesn't mean that they put a budget for everything that they're going to distribute.
Why would they not put a budget? Do you know that they didn't put up a budget?
Again, man,
Do you know that they didn't put up a budget on
I'm not
Amazon?
behind the scenes or anything. We'll see
So
how
you
this all
don't
plays.
know. So let me ask you a question. Since you don't know, why are you assuming that they don't?
I can only trust my sources. That's all I can say.
You can only trust Rick Glazier.
I didn't say that.
Why would Rick Glazier know whether or not they are going to pay for something, man?
I'm not saying that.
Why do you think people? You think that the PBC is the only only boxing people on the planet that are not getting paid for their fights being distributed? Can you tell me of any other deal that you know of in boxing where they didn't pay anything to distribute the fight?
I appreciate the conversation, bro.
I mean, I like it too, and I'd like it to continue. Can you tell me of any other example of where this has happened?
I'd have to do some research, but
so as of right now, you can't.
Unless you can think of something.
I cannot. I cannot. I can't. I can't think of any scenario really in business where people do business with people for free. I don't. It's not like you're acting like they're an unmonetized YouTube channel.
So let me ask you this: like, where is their schedule? They're supposed to have non-pay-per-view fights. Where are those? Like,
where are they? Where's their schedule? They have a scheduled fight on March 30th.
I mean, it's been going to be in 4 months almost by the time that fight happens.
They have a fight scheduled for a month from now.
What about the free fights that they're supposed to show?
You mean the one that they're going to be having that the one in Malaysia? I don't know when they're going to do that. But the fact that I don't know when they're going to do it doesn't mean that they're going to do it. You asked where their schedule was. I told you they scheduled a fight. They have a fight scheduled on March 30th. That's on their schedule.
We'll see how this plays out, man. We'll see.
Well, why don't you wait till you see it play out and stop acting like you know what it is? Do you know that they don't have a budget?
I mean, in boxing, we go off a lot of rumors. Like, we talk about a lot of...
No, I don't. You do. You go off a lot of rumors.
You don't?
No, I don't go off a lot of rumors. I will say something is a rumor in a minute and say, hey, we'll see how it plays out. No, I don't go off rumors that the PBC is going broke. Those rumors have been around since 2013. Why is every rumor, why does all these rumors wind up being wrong? I mean, you still believe them.
PBC started in 2015. But anyways, I mean, we'll see.
The PBC started when?
2015.
And they've been going broke since 2015. And before that, Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Al Heyman were going broke.
I didn't say none of that, bro. I just got into boxing.
No, I didn't say you said it because obviously you've only been watching boxing for the last 2 years, for the last 5 years.
A few years, that's it.
Dude, I've been talking to you for a year. Every time I ask you how long you've been watching boxing, you say 2 years. And you've been talking to me for damn near 2 years.
And that's when I started watching boxing.
Sir, bullshit. You said you were watching 2 years when I talked to you 2 years ago.
I don't know, man.
You just don't ever correct your lies. Anyway, King. So let's get to this, and I'm gonna let you go. You are just a hater on the PBC. That's it. And you believe anything negative that comes out about them, and come to my channel to specifically to highlight it.
And what
even
do I
though
get out
you
of
have
that?
no reason to believe it. You have no reason to believe that the PBC does not have money in an Amazon Prime deal. And matter of fact, it defies logic that would be the case.
Non, do you know how many shows DAZN and Top Rank have put up this year? Already?
No.
Multiple shows.
And
how many have the PBC put up? And
none.
I think 200 plus fighters.
None.
Their last show was December with Morale or whatever.
So they switched networks.
I mean, how are they fulfilling their needs of their
When was their
fighters?
last fight card that they put on?
I think it was in sometime in December.
How long ago was that?
So almost
2
3
months
months ago.
ago. So their last fight was 2 months ago. They got a month coming up. They got a fight coming up in a month. So they took 3 months. They switched networks and took 3 months in between.
But now my point being, like, Top
Your
Rank,
point. Let's look at the time frame you just laid out. They fought in December. They will be having a fight card in March and in May and in June.
that's 3 fights. What about the 14?
Sir, that is, they've already announced that they have 12 pay-per-views. Amazon announced that.
12 to 14.
12 to 14 pay-per-views.
Yeah.
That's not enough for you? They put on a fight within 3 months of leaving Showtime. They already have a fight card announced. Gervonta Davis just said Gervonta Davis reached an agreement for a pay-per-view in June.
You know how they used to have those Showtime Championship boxing nights? Do you think
Dude,
they're still gonna
they
have?
got Showtime pay-per-view did not have 14 a year.
I mean, I don't,
Showtime put on cards, major boxing cards, about once a month. About once a month. Sometimes not even once a month. They'd have Showbox. So this is more fight cards than they had on Showtime.
like how many have they announced? Like, that's the date.
Sir, they've already announced one. So why are you acting like they don't have a deal when they've already announced one?
March
They've
30th.
already announced they have 12 fight cards, 12 to 14 fight cards, and they've already announced one. And they just had they took 3 months between leaving Showtime, who abruptly ended things.
Steven Espinosa knew that.
Sir, why are you acting like 3 months to switch networks and they've already announced one? Matter of fact, they didn't even take 3 months to announce their switch. They announced their switch before the beginning of
year,
this
I
year.
think. Yeah.
They told you where they were going in December.
Yeah.
So why in the world don't you believe when they said that they have a fight deal in December, but within a month, they announced that they got 12 fights and they tell you one of them. Do you believe they don't have a deal?
Fanon, I believe that. Like, read
So
Lex
then,
Luger's
since you
comment.
believe that they have a deal, then why don't you believe they have any money for the deals?
Because I saw the production on that fight with
They
the
haven't even had a fight. What do you mean you saw the production on their fight?
press
They haven't even seen a fight.
conference.
The press conference for what? Tim Tszyu?
Tim Tszyu and Keith Thurman.
How much do you think it cost?
I don't know. I mean,
If you don't know how much it costs, then how can you doubt the value of their production? Dude, what are you talking about? This looks like every other press conference. That is not some small BLK Prime wrinkled poster up there.
BLK.
They got Munguia there. They got Lara there.
Munguia?
I mean, they've got Fundura there. They've got Lara there. They've got Jimmy Lennon Jr. there. That's Jimmy Lennon Jr. That's Jimmy Lennon Jr. doing the press conference. Since when did Jimmy Lennon Jr. become low budget?
We'll have to see, Fanon. I don't want no arguments.
No, seriously, I'm looking at the press conference. Why do you think that's low budget? I'm listening. Let me listen to the mic real quick. They've got a camera spanning across the room. They've got an interpreter. They've got mics. This looks like every other press conference I've ever seen.
Maybe I'm
What's
wrong.
the difference between this press conference and the other press conferences?
Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am.
No, you said it was low budget. Why do you say it's low budget? It looks like the same one I've ever. It looks like every other one.
To me, it seemed like it was just thrown together without.
It was thrown together with all the fighters there and Jimmy Lennon Jr. covering it. Jimmy Lennon Jr. Jimmy Lennon Jr. is one of the either the first or the second biggest, most well-known announcer in the sport.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah.
So they got, how was that thrown together?
I hope I'm wrong, Fanon. I hope
Dude,
so.
I don't care about why you hope you're wrong. I want to know why you believe it.
I don't want to get into that, man, but I don't want
to believe why you believe it.
I don't want to hold you up too long, man. Your chat is getting.
No, man. Everybody loves King, man.
You're getting a little feisty.
I'm getting a little feisty.
Not you. You're pleasant today, surprisingly.
I mean, it surprises you that I'm pleasant. I need to understand why you're making shit up.
I got my.
You don't have any reason to believe that that's low budget, bro. You have no reason to believe that that is low budget. They literally have all the fight. They have most of the fighters on the fight card, and they all come from, and many of them come from different countries. Tim Tszyu is from Australia. Keith Thurman is from Florida. They had to fly into that press conference.
Yeah.
And it was in the United States, so they flew Tim Tszyu in.
Keith Thurman's from Clearwater, yeah.
He's from Florida. So how did Tim Tszyu in this very low budget, they just decided to do it today, how did he get from Australia? And how did they schedule Jimmy Lennon Jr. to do it? Jimmy Lennon Jr. travels all over the world covering fights all over the world. So how did they get on his schedule if they just decided to do it last minute?
I'm hoping you're right, and everything you say.
No, you're not hoping that I'm right, bro.
Because this is
you literally have no reason to believe what you believe.
This is good for boxing, and I hope you're right.
You have no reason to believe what you believe.
And I will come here support your channel if you're right.
You don't.
I will drop.
Hey, look, man, you're supporting me. Let me tell you how you're supporting me. You're a crash test dummy for me because I want to go through everything that you say for my own benefit. So, because you're going to support anything. So, and you're going to repeat the company line. So you say you believe that there was no money, the $35 million from a guarantor in an escrow account. And you believe it even though nobody confirmed that. But you don't believe $55 million that the PBC does have, even though that's been verified by multiple people who are party to the negotiation.
PBC is good for boxing, and I hope you're right. I'm gonna be dropping super chats if you get this right.
You don't drop super chats, bro. You don't
because you guys blocked me.
Yes,
you guys.
I ain't seen that in a minute, man.
What
about a red? Tell Rick I'll fry him for red. Drop a red one every once in a while, bro, because you know you getting the money. You know you getting the money from them. You can drop a red one.
We can set
whoever's paying you. You know you can drop a red one. You can. I gave you plenty time today too.
Anytime I drop a super chat, I get popped, man. That's the problem.
You get what?
Popped.
What do you mean you get popped? I let you. I don't even want to let you off.
Blocked.
I don't even want to let you go, man. I want to talk to you for a while.
I get blocked, but I appreciate.
I mean, dude, don't worry about it. You'll get blocked. You'll get unblocked. You'll make up a new name. You know how to do that. You're impenetrable. I mean, you know your defense is impregnable.
But you Mike Tyson now?
Oh, you're quick. I thought you only watched boxing for 2 years. That's at least 20 years old.
Man, I wasn't even born. Well, maybe.
You weren't even born now. Don't lie.
Mike Tyson said. I mean, it was 1990.
Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. It's 2023.
You're surprisingly pleasant today, but with that,
dude, because I'm gonna tell you why I'm pleasant. Because you have nowhere to go with this. And Claymore Rain don't want no smoke because I stumped him. Kyle all of a sudden don't want to have a conversation. Ray Davis don't want no conversation, even if he does pop up every once in a while. You're the most consistent one. And I wanted to talk about this $60 million for myself. I almost want to super chat you. Because it is such a joy for a rumor to get spread, which is the exact opposite of what you guys were pushing. Now let's take this to Turkey Al-Sheikh. You know, Your Excellency, do you know of Turkey Al-Sheikh giving a $60 million guarantee?
Yeah, I do.
Who?
Tyson Fury.
Liar.
$70 million.
No, sir. The
Usyk.
lie that they told was 50.
Usyk. For Usyk, he's making 70.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
We'll
The
see
lie
when,
is 50.
when he
lie
pops
is
up on the
50.
Forbes list. We'll see.
The lie is 50. The lie is 50, not 60. The
But
lie is 50, not 60.
that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot.
So it is a lot of money. So exactly, since Al Heyman has 60 million to guarantee, why should Gervonta leave the PBC?
I never said that.
Oh, are you sure you didn't?
When did I say Gervonta should leave the
Why should he be looking at Turkey Al-Sheikh?
Fanan, because we want to see that Devin fight.
But shouldn't Devin be going over to the PBC since they got $60 million?
But, you know, Tank is
For one guy?
Tank contradicts himself. He says call Al, and then he tries to negotiate with Eddie Hearn. And
No. That's not a contradiction at all.
You know, it's just all a bunch of.
It's not a contradiction.
It's just all hearsay, man. Hearsay.
It's not a contradiction. It's not. In fact, KO Boxing was on my channel, and I explained it before it happened. I said, look, man, I know he's not serious because he didn't say call Al. You know he's serious when he says call Al. If he says call me, he's not serious. He's fucking with you. Because you got to talk to Al. That was easy. That's not a contradictory. He said, if you want to make a fight with me for real, call Al.
I mean,
so he says to somebody else, call me. I thought it's actually I think that you might want to catch up with Gervonta when it comes to being a smartass, because he was most definitely just being a smartass.
I mean, why would he just waste other people's time like that? Like that's
because he's being a smartass.
Because he's messing up his business relationships with other people too. But
no, he's not, because he just got. How is he messing up his business relationship
with other promoters?
He doesn't have a business relationship with
other promoters. Like, what if someday he has to go to Eddie Hearn for whatever reason?
Why would he ever have to go to Eddie Hearn?
I'm just saying anything can come
Eddie Hearn sucks. Eddie Hearn ain't putting on big fights. Why does he have to go to Eddie Hearn? Eddie Hearn can't even pay. Eddie Hearn won't even pay for a fight between Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. He can't make a fight between Eddie Hearn can't make a fight between Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. So how in the world would Gervonta be talking to him about making a fight with anybody? Oops.
Man, let's see how this all plays out, man. But I appreciate
No, don't go nowhere. You got time. How come he needs to be calling Eddie Hearn when Eddie Hearn couldn't get a fight done with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia?
Because Bill had to take that, do that deal on his own for certain reasons.
Why? Exactly. He had to do it for some reason because Eddie don't got the money.
Bill had to negotiate that on his own.
Because Eddie doesn't have the money. Because Eddie didn't want to spend the money.
Do you know that DHP has a contract with DAZN?
No, he does not. No, they do not.
Bill is
no, they do not have.
Bill Haney has said this twice.
They don't have a contract with DAZN.
They work with DAZN to put on Devin's fights.
They work with promoters that have a deal with DAZN. Devin Haney has never put a fight on with DAZN where it said Devin Haney Promotions. And you had a bunch of fighters that were fighting with Devin Haney Promotions.
DAZN with
Bill Haney was the guy on the middle of the podium talking about this guy and that guy and this guy and that. No, every time you've ever seen them, he may get up and give a little short speech. But no, he has a co-promotional deal with Matchroom. That Matchroom has the right of first refusal. It's not called matching. It's called a fight right of first refusal. See, you got to go through what Bill says and understand what he's really saying. When he said they have the right to match, what he means is they have a fight rights of first refusal. If somebody offers Devin some money, and then Devin will bring that to Eddie, and Eddie will determine whether or not he wants to match it or not. So he has the fight right to refuse it, right? Right of first refusal.
Yeah, you would know better about that. You're a content.
I know better than about a lot of stuff than you, but you keep talking.
I mean, ultimately, it's a boxing opinion, man. Like,
it's not. Hey, look, no, this is not an opinion. This is
what
fact.
You're saying is a fact.
Amazon Prime is paying some money. They're paying some money.
I can't wait for those.
They're paying some money. But guess what? They may not need Amazon Prime to put up guarantees. They might not even need it. Do you ever think about that? You ever think about the possibility that Al Heyman might not even need for them to put up money? He may not even want them to put up money. You ever think about that?
Al Heyman would put up his own money? Is that what you're saying?
It's called a bank. Have you ever bought a car? You ever bought a car?
I have bought a car, yeah.
Where did you buy that car with your own money from the dealer?
Not the first half of it, the second half.
Sir, the answer to that is no.
No,
you go to a bank and get it financed. The entire car is purchased from that dealer. You're done with them when you get it financed.
Yes, sir.
You may have put some money down on it to decrease your payments, but that bank is paying that off. And that title is going to be with that bank, depending on what state you're in. Whether it's a title state or a lien state. It's going to be one or the other. They're either going to hold the title or they're going to hold a lien on the title. Just depends on the state you live in. Just like your house. The house may be in your name in one state, which means that is a title state. I mean, that's a lien state where the bank has a lien against it, which means if you don't pay them, they're going to take the house. You don't really own that house.
Yes, sir.
So Al Heyman may very well call a bank up and say, this is the money that I'm going to need to cut checks for this fight. And they will pay the money.
So you're saying...
And he may decide to do that because he does not want to add that cost to Amazon. He might just really want them to only distribute it because it may be smart. Record people would love that deal if all they did was get a distribution deal. They would love it.
See, now you sound reasonable.
What do you mean, dummy? I've been sounding reasonable from the beginning.
With what you just said about
I am giving you a fucking reason for why it could be. The money is there, though. The money would be there, though. See, I have reasons for why I believe things can be this or that. You don't. You got gossip. You got gossip. Unless I give you a reason to believe it, you won't be able to figure it out for yourself. I didn't say I couldn't make an argument for why they may not want to have any upfront money paid on those productions because they may want all the money themselves. If they take all the risk, they get all the reward. But that is not that's not a question that relates to insolvency, like you're implying. That comes from a position of financial strength, where you say, I'm going to absorb all the risk because I know full well I'm going to make my money, which is why Gervonta doesn't need big guarantees, but Devin Haney does. Because Devin is nervous that it won't sell. Gervonta's not.
That's true. Yeah.
So that's why I'm telling you, you're a good whipping boy for a conversation.
Come on, man. You don't have to end it like that.
No, I do. I'm going to call you a boy because you're that. You're
You
a
don't-
young boy. How
you
old are you? 24, 25, you said?
You don't have to end it like that, man. Like
I mean, into like what?
you were pretty benevolent throughout the whole conversation.
I was, dog, let me tell you something. I've been condescending this entire time.
That's not fair, man.
No, it was the truth, though. I've been
I really,
condescending.
I really took you as a genuine person, and
No, I was genuinely condescending. And anybody that was listening to me would have caught my tone. Look, King, you tell your boy over there, tell your boy Ricky, if he pays me to make up his lies for him, I'll ghostwrite for him. How about that? Rick, I'll ghostwrite for you. I'll give you some bullshit to say that's going to be very hard to get past. I will ghostwrite for you. Because your boy right here sucks. Okay? I can give you everything you need to sound reasonable. That was so fun. That was so fucking fun. Oh my God, that was fun. I had so much fun for that. I had so much fun doing that. Phoenix the Assassin said, King just got back from the barbershop. Phenomenal said, in distribution deals, the distributor pays the money up front. That is part of the agreement. It's the same in music. I hate when people speaking things that they don't know about. Exactly. And it may function as an advance. Hey, Phoenix Assassin for King, AP wasn't advanced placement. It's almost preliminary. Get Frequent Flyer to come back and go multiply his words. Hey, man, where is he, man? Frequent Flyer don't want no smoke no more. You saw him duck yesterday. Tank taking a tough fight with Martin as one of the faces. Nice to see him take toughest option outside Shakur. Best fight, the best fans win. That's what's up. Crash test dummy. I needed somebody to help you. Oh, yes, sir, Lorenzo Longino. I'm sorry, man. I was slow on that. Man, big 20 from my guy, man. Lorenzo, thank you, brother, for that support, bro. Hey, man, come on up, Kyle. Where you at, Kyle? Here's a link, Kyle. Come on, Rollo. Man, see, you can't even have that conversation, man. If it's a phenomenon, you ain't shit. I'm telling you, dog. They do them seriously, man. I was a fucking all-star. They got people paid, but they didn't have me on their roster. You want the truth? Here's the truth. They had me on their roster. But they didn't realize I was under an exclusive contract. I wasn't under contract. And that's why their arguments suck. Okay? I was ghostwriting for niggas. I was ghostwriting for people. Dog, I'm telling you, I'm the king YouTube ghostwriter. No joke. Straight ghostwriter. Oh, what are you trying to say? I'm telling you the truth. I used to give people arguments. Make this argument. Oh, you want to get past this? Make that argument. I was ghostwriting for cats. And then they niggas got cocky and thought they could do it for themselves. And their arguments suck. Who came up with a term sheet? Me. Who came up with all this contract talk? Me. I did. I was the only one that could talk about it. Still am the only one that can talk about it. I'm still the only one that can talk about it. I'm the only one that will fry an attorney. Me. Okay? And I'm being real cocky right now. I am the only person that you've ever witnessed in boxing fry an attorney live and live in color. Me. You think they can do that shit? Hell no. Hell no. I was ghostwriting for them clowns. They weren't writing their own lines. I was writing their lines. I was writing their lines. They still use me as a ghostwriter when it's convenient. Oh, let me go listen to what Fanon says. Let me repeat that shit. Fanon, for someone who don't like Tupac, you sound very Machiavelli-ish today. All right, can I make it a Tupac admission? I was jealous of Tupac. I hated that motherfucker. I hated Tupac. I did. I'll admit that, dog. I hated Tupac. Man, Tupac, I hated Tupac. I hated Tupac. I hated Tupac. I hated Tupac. I was jealous of Tupac. I hated Tupac. I was a Tupac hater. No joke, bro. If cats would have called, I hated Tupac. Hated Tupac. Hated Tupac. Hated Tupac. Dog, seriously, man, I hated Tupac, bro. I hated Tupac. Why did I hate Tupac? All right, here's the thing, man. This is why I hated Tupac. First of all, he was fake. Okay? I don't like fake people. Tupac fake. All right? I know Tupac is fake. First and foremost, he's fake. He's got a soft ass voice. He got a soft ass voice. I mean, when I'm talking about soft, I mean, he's got a feminine voice. Like he's effeminate. You may not believe it. He's effeminate. He's effeminate. I'm not saying he's like soft and sensitive. I mean, that nigga was effeminate. That dude was sweet sounding when he really talked. Sweet sounding. Hey, that's Tupac. Hey, Tupac in real life sounded much more like that than he did like, yeah, man, that shit was an act. But them women love Tupac. Them women love Tupac. They love that Negro. Ooh, they love every girl I ever liked loved Tupac. Fuck Tupac. Man, I couldn't stand that shit. Still don't like that shit. But it is what it is, man. He's a sex symbol, dog. He was a sex symbol, dog. He was a sex symbol. So I got to admit, dog, fuck Tupac. That was me. Man, if you don't get your ass out of my town trying to snatch up all the dime pieces, fuck up out of here, you soft ass nigga, fake ass, soft ass nigga, please. Anyway, he's a genius, though, and he's a genius, too. He's brilliant. He's fucking great at what he does. No joke. You say, you blasphemous bastard. I'm just telling you the truth, dog. I'm telling you the truth, man. That's why I hated on Tupac. That's why I was hating on Tupac, dog. I could fool myself with Biggie. Because Biggie wasn't better looking than me. Tupac was better looking than me. So I'm like, man, what the fuck am I going to do with this little nigga? I just got to hate on him. Not the women you mess with. There's a lot of women like Tupac, dog. Yeah, but I wasn't bald-headed at the time. I'm just trying to tell you that's where my genuine dislike for Tupac came. And then there's a bunch of dudes trying to jam him down hey, Rollo, get on, Rollo. I saw you, Rollo. See, anyway, man, I'm dead serious about that, dog, because Tupac was the man, bro. What's mean as light skin shit, man, please. Man, please. He was the only one, though, that I really did. I didn't like Tupac because of that. I don't like Tupac. Fuck out my face with that Tupac shit. Oh, Tupac's a genius. Tupac's a what? Man, when people would say Tupac's a genius, you mean a musical genius or like an intellectual genius? He ain't saying nothing that I have not heard a million times. But whatever. Man, Tupac, man, fuck Tupac. What's going on, Jonathan Bullard?
How you doing?
What's up, Jonathan Bullard?
How you doing, huh?
Man, I'm doing well, man. What's going on, sir?
Hey, man, I can't wait, man, to May or September, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so eager, man, to see what's next for the boxing world, you know? I just want to ask you, man, I watch you, I watch Blood Blue, you know what I'm saying? And you two guys, man, I really, really like what you guys put out. But my question is, I don't want nobody to say that I think these guys are scared of each other, but I get it, you know, Mayweather, man, that set the bar so high. You know, these guys don't want to take a L. You know, but me personally, do you think the riskier fight for Canelo is Benavidez, and that's why he's kind of maybe wanting to go at the, the other brother, the other twin, then maybe,
Jamal?
yes, sir.
I don't, man. See, I don't believe any of this stuff, man. Until I don't. I think people making shit up so that they can get views, and I mean, that's what I think. I think this is a lot of speculation, but I don't think Canelo Alvarez is afraid of David Benavidez. I don't think he's afraid of of Charlo either. And I just think the fight gets made is going to be the one that's announced. Everybody wants to say that they got inside sources so that you can be the one to come to them for news.
Right.
I'm the number one news source in boxing. So if you want to be the number one news source, you got to constantly come up with news. And you got to be the first one to come up with the news. So people are just trying to rush in front of people. D. Rich said, "Fanon, you got my pops pissed right now. Why?" Yeah, that's what I think, man. We're going to see what happens with it.
I feel you. What you think about now let me ask you this here with Steven Espinosa, man. Do you think he's stopping a lot of good fights at the
I don't think Steven Espinosa has anything to do with it at all.
Okay.
Because Steven Espinosa doesn't work. Steven Espinosa doesn't work for Showtime anymore.
Right.
Steven Espinosa, I think, is working on this production for this fight with Tim Tszyu, and he may have a role with the PBC going forward. But as of right now, nah. And I think a lot of big fights happened last year. So
they did. Hey, man, they did. You know what I'm saying? They did. And man, I'm just waiting to see, man, because man, they got the young cat, Mason Abdul.
Yeah, Abdullah Mason. Yeah, he's nice.
Hey, you gotta forgive me, man. I'm bad with names. I'm from the South. You know what I'm saying?
Me too.
But man, when I tell you, man, I just can't wait to see them young guys, man, to get busy, man. And I want to see what Al Heyman gonna do with Prime, with Amazon. I'm sorry, So I'm just eager to see, man. But I'm really trying to see it. I want to catch the fight. I'm working every day, man, to see if I can get me a ticket to the September fight. But I want to.
Which ticket is that?
The Canelo.
You can get one, like you want to be able to buy one? Are you on mute now? I can't hear you now. Yeah, you went on mute, bro. I can't hear you. All right, come back, man. Come back again. Come back again, man. Try to come in and out. All right, man. Oh, but hey, listen to me. As far as the ticket to the Canelo Alvarez fight, hit me up on Instagram if you ever have a hard time getting the ticket to the fight, because I have a source for the tickets. I can't promise you a good rate. Like I can't, but I know how to get the tickets for you. I can get tickets to any of those guys' fights. If you hit me up on DM, I can always know how to get you a ticket. All right, man. Get back. Rollo Green.
So I'm in the backyard feeding the dogs, man. I got you on the speaker. So I can barely hear you, but I think I heard you say, fuck Tupac. That you didn't like Tupac?
Fuck Tupac. Don't like Tupac.
Would
you like me to say that louder so you can't hear it?
I knew
Fuck
it.
Tupac. Don't like Tupac.
That's the disconnect. I knew it. It's like I got psychic powers. I knew it was a disconnect between you and the community, man.
What community? Disconnect between me and what community? Hey, where you go, Rallo? Nah, not fuck Tupac. Whatever, bro. Where you go, man? Why I gotta like Tupac? Why do I gotta like Tupac? Dog, look, look, man. That is my most controversial take on boxing. I don't like Tupac. I don't like Tupac. Ain't no Tupac played in my house. I don't mess with Tupac. Now, I know Tupac's talented, though, but I don't really like Tupac like that. I ain't that big on Tupac. Hey, no, I'm not. I mean, no, I don't like Tupac. No, I don't like Tupac. I know that, man, God bless Tupac. Rest his mother, rest his soul. Okay, rest his soul. Okay. Tupac is younger than me. Okay, he's younger than me. I don't look up to Tupac. You all look up to Tupac. I don't look up to Tupac. Tupac was younger than me. Tupac was younger than me. And every time I listened to Tupac, I thought, man, will you slow the hell down before you get killed? I didn't think that at the time, but in the back of my mind, all that stuff, I was not big on NWA. I wasn't big on all of that, man. Yeah, man, his music is good, man. His music is very good, man. But all of that, man, come on, man. I want that dude. That dude with the Juilliard. Anyway, I don't want to keep talking about Tupac. Do I like Biggie? Yeah, I like Biggie. I did like Biggie. I can't listen to Biggie now. But yeah, I like Biggie. Of course I like Biggie. That's the only thing. That's the only New York City. That's the only two good things about New York City. Well, three good things about New York City. Exactly. A private art school, dude. He was not what y'all think, what y'all say he is. Okay. He's not what y'all say he is. That was an act. But whatever. You have your life and enjoy it. And no problem with Tupac Shakur, man. Seriously, man. But God bless the man. God bless the man. God bless his spirit. God bless his soul, all of that. Okay, but come on, man. Come on, man. Where Rollo go, though, man? Dude, let me tell you something, man. There are people from my neighborhood that shot police. There's country white boys that have shot police. Asian people have shot police. And I think he shot an undercover policeman, didn't he? Rollo is disgusted. Disconnect. What community, though? I want to know what this community that I got a disconnect between is. He said, didn't know. Oh, yeah. He said, yeah, but he shot at somebody. He did not know he was shooting a police officer, dog. Okay, but anyway, so what? You get credit for shooting police officers now? Anyway, I don't care, man. Man, nigga don't know no black community. He said he went to the school. Zach B said he went to the School of Arts in Baltimore. We used to chase all those dudes home every day. Hey, I don't care, man. God bless Tupac, man. Please just leave me alone by Tupac, man. Please. It's been months since I talked about that trash-ass New York pizza and Tupac, okay? I don't want to keep going there with that, man. You kill my buzz, man. You're killing my buzz, man. It's Friday. I just got to destroy King, and I actually had a conversation that I enjoyed with King. Man, look. Y'all better not fake that funk, bro. You know what I saw? I saw a young man die way too early. That's what I saw. Fanon, I was just like you regarding Tupac. What you talking about, Fahim? No, man, what I see is a tragic case, is what I see, of people my age dying way too early. That's what I saw. I saw a music form that I was not that much into, to tell you the truth, start turning into absolute trash. And now rappers getting killed is a regular thing. And the saddest one of all to me is Nipsey Hussle. That shit is so sad to me. Is Nipsey Hussle. Man, that guy was good. Like, man, I didn't even, dude, Nipsey Hussle was sad to me because Nipsey Hussle was good. Like, really, 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 really good. And he was dead before I ever listened to his music. Man, Nipsey Hussle was really, really, really like that. Like, I really was like, okay, this dude this right here is a bright guy. This is a very, very intelligent guy. Like, Nipsey Hussle, to me, man, that was the guy that I was like, yeah, okay. I listened to his album over and 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 over again. As an adult, and I'm over 50 years old listening to his stuff over and over and over again. I just thought he was absolutely incredible. And Nipsey Hussle. But it is what it is, you know. Like, almost like a Stevie Wonder. Like, almost like a Stevie Wonder. Like, yeah, man, he's very, very sharp. Very, 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 very sharp. Yeah, he was sad. That was sad. His death saddened me after I heard about it. Like, yeah, Nipsey Hussle was, yeah. Like, he was the redeemer of youth, of y'all's generation. For me, he was a redeemer of the youth. Because I think you're all a bunch of fucking idiots. And I'm telling you straight up, I think a whole lot of y'all are idiots. Blithering buffoons. Most of the people that I talk to, y'all age, are blithering buffoons. Nah, I mean, kind of got me like Stevie, bro. He did. I can listen to every song on the album. I could listen to every song on the album, and it all had meaning. I'm not saying, I mean, dude, Stevie Wonder is like super special. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm just saying I really liked him. You know, not everybody's cup of tea, but I really like Nipsey Hussle. I like King Von, too. I hated what he was talking about, but I felt the energy from King Von. Like, I felt the energy with King Von. I can listen to King Von. I shouldn't listen to King Von because it's probably not good for my health. But I was feeling King Von. No, I didn't even know he's from Chicago. I didn't know he's from Chicago when I heard him. I'm just telling you his energy. He meant what he was saying. He really meant what he was saying. I don't want to talk about rap anymore. Rollo, what do you need, man?
Let me get this straight, man. You like King Von, the serial killer, but you don't like Tupac. You're a Klansman. You don't like rap?
No, not really.
You a Klansman.
Why am I a Klansman?
You a goddamn Klansman. You like King Von, the serial killer, but you don't like Tupac, the uplifter. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean? Fuck your bitch and the set you claim. What do you mean? Fuck your bitch.
Uplifting people.
Who said this, you fucking moron?
Who raps about
fuck your bitch,
the black community?
Fuck your bitch
but
and the set you claim.
King
Sir,
Von.
who said
Von?
Fuck your bitch and the set you claim? Who said fuck your bitch and the set you claim? Who was gangbanging in public? Tupac, straight up gangbanging.
You like the serial killer?
Dog, he's gangbanging.
You don't like Tupac,
bro. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I like the guy. Him.
Barbershop talk is,
bro. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what I like. And I shouldn't listen to King Von.
You're a Klansman. That's what you are.
I'm a Klansman.
You're a black Klansman. You don't like niggas.
I don't like
niggas.
you.
Listen, It's 50 million of us in America, right? They say 80% is below the poverty line. That means 80% is the urban community of people that look like me and you. Mother and fathers look like me and you. That means out of 50 million, right? 40 million is below that poverty line. That barbershop talk that you keep saying. That's a racial undertone.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, look it up.
That's a fake ass stat you just threw out.
Look it up.
The number of black people that live under the poverty line. No worries. Number of black Americans below poverty level. 17%. Not 50 fucking percent.
Yeah, I doubt that.
You're lying. So can we get to real numbers now?
I doubt that.
Oh, you doubt that. That's the U.S. Bureau of Statistics.
Put it on the screen.
No.
I know you won't.
Dude, let me tell you.
You don't just get to get up here
First
and
of all,
lie
you
and say what you want to say.
First of all,
But
buffoon.
when you
shut
got
up.
quote,
Shut up, buffoon.
You'll put it on
because
the
what I
screen.
said was, let me tell you what I said.
When you got a point you want to drive home, you'll put it on the screen.
Let me tell you what I said, so you understand and everybody else understands what I said. I said that I shouldn't listen to King Von because it's dangerous for me to listen to him because he's talking about murdering people.
That you like King Von.
Listen to what I said.
King Von has no unconditional love.
Will you listen to what I said? I'm not going to debate the relative value of King Von.
Kills people, man.
Just shut up and listen for a second. Try to understand for a second what I mean.
See what I'm saying? He just kills people.
I said King Von.
He don't have songs my mama listened to like Tupac do. My mama's 68.
Man, shut the fuck up. You're a fucking buffoon.
I know it, and you King Coon. Man.
I'm King Coon. I'm King Coon. You're a dope dealer. You're a dope dealer. You're a convicted dope dealer. You are a formerly incorporated dope dealer. And I'm the Klansman? You're a dope dealer. I have zero convictions. Zero. And you're a dope dealer. You said you deal kilos of, you were dealing kilos to black people. Were you selling kilos to little white kids? You're a dope dealer. You were literally brag on this channel about being a dope dealer. Didn't he? The man literally brags to me about being a dope dealer. All I said is I like the kid's energy. And his message was garbage. But I'm not going to lie. I can listen to King Von because he can tell a story. King Von is one of the best storytellers, rap storytellers that I heard. And I don't like rap. I don't. I hardly ever listen to it. What's up, Kyle Porter?
That kind of caught me off guard. I wouldn't imagine you enjoying King Von's music as an intellect.
Why?
Just the nature of his, what he spoke about just didn't seem in line with perhaps your moral ground. But
my moral ground?
Yeah, like you seem like
I would have absolutely no problem whatsoever if I was hungry robbing your ass. No problem. If I didn't have any money and I didn't have no choice and I had to go between defending myself living in Inglewood or living somewhere on the South Side, I am inside. I would have no doubt that depending on what my life path was, that I would have put somebody in a box. I have no doubt in my mind that I would have done that.
Well, you're going to survive. So I guess you can.
I'm just telling you, I know how my mentality is. And I know the mentality of people. When you're put in a situation where you have to be a fucking wild animal, you're going to be a wild animal.
Of course, and succeed at it like Vaughn did.
And trust me, I used to mentor kids from his neighborhood. I used to mentor kids from his neighborhood. I used to drive around that neighborhood. I'm from Chicago. I know what those kids are. I know what those kids will do. Those kids will make you disappear. And I also know because I mentored them, because I considered them to be part of my community, what they went through. And the kid that I used to have in my house, that I had live with me, I know full well what he did. So when I know those kids that come from the same area that, when I mean the same area I can't come from, I mean not the same economic situation that I come from, but from the same neighborhood, from the same, like they're right over there.
So it's relatable somewhat?
It's very relatable because I know a bunch of dudes who will blow your ass up.
Yeah, why did you say Tupac was a gangbanger and you didn't care for him? You know, rest in peace, Tupac.
I don't first of all, it started off as a joke. I don't like Tupac because number one, Tupac is not who Tupac says he is. It was an act. He went to Juilliard.
No, he was an intelligent
kid. Listen to me. That's not who he is. Since I know that's not who he is, and he's selling something that's not who he is, that I thought was detrimental, I wasn't big on him, man. He's younger than me. So since he was younger than me, I don't look up to him. He's younger than me.
I just feel like Nipsey was gang affiliated in the streets.
Dude, I don't care if somebody's gang affiliated. I have no problems with people being gang affiliated.
None.
Right.
As long as it's not a double standard. Because
I don't give a shit if it is. I have no problem with people with gang affiliations. Never have, never will.
If you want to be mute, it shows Biggie. So of course you're gonna be
dude, let me be very clear. I have no problem with anybody that has a gang affiliation. I don't care. The only thing that I care about is if you're hurting people. There are people that hurt people, rob people, steal from people, pimp people, sell them drugs that have nothing to do with gangs. They do it themselves. If an organization was called the Peace Stone Rangers and they never did any of that, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I wouldn't. It's not the gang affiliation that I have a problem with. I have a problem with what the things are that you're doing that hurt and mistreat other people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just most people have a perception that gangs are committing gang activity and illegal activity.
Dude, gang activity is a code word for young black men that are hanging out together. I'm in a fraternity, Kappa Alpha Psi, Fraternity Incorporated. We operate exactly like they do.
But you don't call yourself a gang?
The only difference is we do not steal, rob, or any of that other stuff. We get jobs. We're college educated. We're productive citizens. But in the 1960s, when a lot of this stuff started, they started off trying to be that way. They started off with food drives. That's what it originally was. But then they took all the jobs out. They poured all the drugs in. So now the only thing that these kids can do in order to do that is, and no, you said no murder. Yes, we do. We go to the military and we'll absolutely drop a bomb on your ass. Yes, we will.
Yeah, America's cold.
No, I'm talking about noobs. I know noobs that have no problem putting your ass in the dirt from a plane for their job. They absolutely will. They will fly right on and empty that big ass shit right on the top of you. I know police chiefs that have police chiefs. They got no problem sending somebody into your neighborhood, snatch your ass out.
What terminology are you using? Noop? I didn't catch what you used.
Look, man, I'm not a simple person. I'm not a simple person. I'm not dealing off the labels. A gang is just a group of kids. That's it. They don't call Italians gangs, they call them mafia.
Yeah,
they don't call groups of white kids. They don't even call white supremacist gangs.
Clans.
They call whatever word you want to put on it.
No, I get it. The
If
title
you
is
hang out with a
irrelevant.
group of people and you all decide to wear the same shirts, the same colors, the same all of that, that is human nature. That is a natural thing that people do. It's natural. The problem comes when they are doing things. What are you doing? If you could change them all, wage a magic wand and make them all productive and constructive human beings, where what they did is they operate like the Nation of Islam. Why is it the Nation of Islam a gang? Because they're doing things that are constructive. There's no difference. They have
not to be messed with either.
Dude, they are not a gang because what they're doing is construction. What they're doing is constructive.
Yeah.
They are selling beans. They got kids wearing suits and ties on the corner every Sunday morning selling bean pies.
I agree.
Selling magazines, doing different things
So
that
you're
make a
saying
constructive, valuable community.
the word
These
gang
kids
is mistitled.
Let me finish. I can listen to King Von and know where he comes from and know what leads to that. And he draws a picture of the mentality of somebody that's there. But I know kids with that same mentality. I know white kids with that same mentality. You know what it's called? Mental illness. And being someone that has suffered from mental illness, I know what the thought process is. That's why it's not good for me to listen to it. Because you better believe, if you push me too far, you might have a lot of trouble on your hands. If you push somebody like me, who's younger, you may have a lot of problems on your hands.
Of course.
My cousins, several of them, you push them the wrong way, you an entire block could be having a lot of problems.
Of course, if you're growing up in a certain community,
it's called mental illness. It's called mental illness. You want to say, oh, he's a serial killer. Well, what is that? That's a man with a mental illness. Clearly, he has a mental illness.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a product of his environment and excelling at what was needed to survive. You know, he just was at an extreme point of it. So I don't know. It's a complex conversation.
The moron wanted to know why I could relate to King Von. I can relate to King Von because I knew a kid that I still to this day love that kid. Still to this day love that kid. But that kid is not savable.
Yeah,
he's not savable.
Parenting, man, is so important.
Not parenting. He had no parent.
Well, that's the point. Yeah.
He literally had no parent. Literally growing up in abandoned houses in Inglewood for years and years. Yeah. Do you know what his brother wound up being? A police officer. And he's a police officer in that neighborhood, which tells you exactly what the police officers will do to your ass.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Fanon.
So anyway, that was entertaining, but
regarding boxing, man, when from a financial standpoint, like if you got a budget, do you think it makes sense to spend most of your budget on a few fights opposed to kind of spreading it out and putting on multiple events with that same budget? From like I'm not a financial guy, I have a little knowledge on it, but if I have a certain amount of money and I got to put on a certain amount of shows, is it in my best interest to utilize the whole budget or majority of it on a specific event? Or is it in my best interest?
Let me give you a scenario and you make the decision. I can spend $60 million in cash, $60 million on a Canelo Alvarez Benavidez fight, and I can get a return of investment on that of $40 million. I spent my entire budget on that fight. Or should I spend $65 million on 65 cards and lose money on them?
Well,
and lose $5 million. Which one would you do?
I would do the first one, of course.
There you go. So let's reverse it. You could spend all of them, $65 million on all of them, and you could lose $15 million. Or you could spend it all on 65 and you can make $100 million. In that case, which would you do?
I'm gonna go with the one that's profitable, of course.
There you go. That's the answer to the question.
But now a little bit more entail would be, Fanon, you're the A side. Everybody wants to see you.
Sir,
right?
that's the end of the entire question. There's no other way to go with that.
I disagree, but it's your
No, you
platform.
don't disagree. You just agreed.
No, I disagree. There's many other ways to go with it.
No,
You
there's
gave me-
not.
You
You're
gave me a
going
one.
to spend the money in the way that you believe is going to be the most profitable for you.
I agree.
Whatever
So with
that is.
being said, if I'm not someone that's a draw, are you going to give Fanon the same money to debate Kyle as you would to debate perhaps Rollo?
Am I going to, who's going to pay me the most money?
Point is, you're going to get your money guaranteed regardless.
Dude,
Fanon is.
you just switched it up. You
'Cause you're-
switched it from, you switched up.
You got
You
me on
went from
eggshells instead of
guy,
letting me
listen,
talk.
you went from the guy, you asked me a question about a guy that has the money, that's paying the money. Now you're talking about a guy that's getting paid the money. You switched up.
Fanon, you're more so interrogating me instead of allowing me to speak.
Dude, because you're switching it up.
Give me 20 seconds and I'll just say what I'm saying. If you don't, if it's there. If there's someone on next, then I'll get off. But
Go ahead, man.
Canelo Alvarez gets a guaranteed purse. He is going to get, let's say, hypothetically, 35 million. If there's a budget that Amazon gave PBC, Canelo's 35 is assured. It's guaranteed. It has to be paid out. Canelo versus Charlo may not get a return. However, if you're going to pay Canelo his 35 million, put in an opponent that's going to ensure a return. So you're not eating up the budget on something that's not going to generate profit. So that's why I had doubts yesterday, and that's why I brought it to your attention, respectfully, to get your take on it. Because I can understand, like, dude, we're not going to get a return.
Man. So we can stop. The first question you asked me was, who would you spend this money on? One guy or multiple guys? Which one? My answer was whichever one is the most profitable. This is now a different topic.
Yeah, it is. Because you kind of like questioning me and I didn't have a chance to express what
this is a completely different topic.
Yeah. It is.
That's why I said you switched it up.
Yeah. But when you let me just talk, did you get what I'm speaking on now, or are you still referring to the previous?
Repeat it so I make sure 100% that I have it.
All right. Canelo signed a contract where he's getting a guaranteed purse of, let's say, I don't know the specifics, so I'm going to say $30 million. Canelo's going to get that no matter who he fights. He fights Jermall Charlo. It may not get a return, the return that PBC wants. So they're choosing perhaps to say, nah, Canelo, we want you to fight this person because we have more confidence in getting a return. You just fought the little brother. It sold. Now you're going to fight the older brother who hasn't been on his A game. We'd rather pay you your guaranteed as we agreed, but fight this person so we can get a return. That, to me, makes sense, but I don't know if maybe I need some insight from you, and that's really it.
Okay, so first let me say this. I already answered that with the first answer. That you make the fight that you believe will make you the most money.
Okay.
It could be one fight, two fight, three fights, whatever decision you make. It's whatever is going to be the most profitable for you. The concern, though, was not yesterday about whether he would fight this guy or that guy. It was whether or not they had the 35 million at all.
Okay, yeah.
Aren't you concerned that they have the 35 million at all?
Well, you established that they got a budget, so not anymore.
Sir, 30, you asked why you were concerned yesterday. It was about whether or not they had the $35 million at all.
Initially,
and I said, no, I'm not concerned. No, I'm not concerned that they have money. How do you know they had a budget?
Because you told
me that. How
that.
do you know that that's what we were talking about when you said you were concerned?
Yeah.
So let's go back to that. and not change the subject. Am I concerned that the PBC doesn't have money? No, not at all. Why? Because they got a fight coming up on March 30th. They obviously have a budget, because how are they putting on that fight?
And I have the same sentiment after we spoke.
Then why are you now saying that your concern was something else?
What I'm saying now, having learned what you made me agree on, there's no issue with money, but what are we going to spend the money on? Do we want to
Now
spend
we're going
that?
to talk about what we are going to spend on the money. Now we're talking about boxing fans and what we're going to spend the money on. That's the third topic, Kyle.
PBC.
Kyle,
I'm talking from a.
What is he going to spend? What are they going to spend their money on?
Point that I'm getting at is, do you think that there's validity in not wanting Jamal Charlo as the opponent because it might not get them a return?
Bro, I don't give a rat's ass.
Yeah.
But more than likely, they're going to make money off that fight.
Off Jamal Charlo and Canelo?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I, unlike you, don't believe that shit about $35 million guarantees.
Why
I
not?
don't believe the shit. I don't believe it.
I kind of spent time
I'm
yesterday
not saying
on
that I know it's not true. I'm telling you I don't believe it. Because Al Heyman is one of the best businessmen that there is. They don't go around losing money. They're the only ones that are profitable.
Correct, yeah.
So then why in the world am I worried about him all of a sudden not knowing how to make profitable deals?
Al Heyman's a wise man, clearly.
Al Heyman is, no, not wise. Al Heyman is a master at making money in boxing. He is the only guy that every time is making profitable fights. Why am I worried about him? That's like me worrying about Steph Curry making a free throw. I'm not. I'm worried about Shaq making a free throw. I'm not worried about the guy that's always making free throws. My question to you is, why are you worried about an organization that's consistently making money?
I'm saying there may be validity to not wanting Jamal
asking
Charlo.
You a question.
What?
Why would you doubt somebody that always making money in the future? Why?
I'm not doubting it. You're telling
me
you
are doubting it because you said, shouldn't we be worried? Worry, doubt. They are synonyms. You cannot worry without doubt. You cannot doubt without worry. They are very closely connected. Well, yeah, I guess you can doubt without worrying.
Al Heyman's proven to be successful.
Why should you doubt him?
You're doubting him.
I'm not doubting him.
Yes, you are.
I'm the one saying I'm sure he's going to make his money.
Not if he has Jamal Charlo as Canelo's opponent.
No, you watch this.
You're doubting him.
Sir, I am not doubting him.
Give Al the benefit of the doubt.
Bro, now you're busted. Now you have completely busted yourself.
Busted what? What the hell is I'm undercover something?
This is just how you busted yourself.
Busted what?
I said that I have no concern about Al Heyman making money off a fight between Canelo Alvarez and Jamal Charlo. I don't have any doubt about it. You're the one that has doubt about it. Then you turned around and said, I'm doubting him. When I'm not doubting him, you're doubting him. You just said I'm doubting him when I said I wasn't doubting him.
Okay. So even though they don't want to use the budget on Charlo.
Stop for a second because I want to have a serious conversation. You got to stop trolling. You got to stop trolling. You got to stop just saying something just to say something. Because it was very, very clear that I said I didn't doubt that he could make money off Canelo and Charlo. I don't. And I can explain to you why I have no doubt he'll make money on that.
He has doubt that he'll make money.
He does. You have never met Al Heyman, so you don't know that he has doubt.
The report's not accurate then.
That's a report. You have never spoken to him.
No,
I'll tell you why I know I don't have any doubt. Because Al Heyman is going to look at how much money he's going to make and how much money he has to spend, and he's going to make sure that the money that he makes exceeds the money that he spends. And that may happen if he doesn't pay Jamal a lot of money. He may say, I've got to pay $35 million to Canelo. Jamal, I can only give you money on the back end.
Okay.
And Canelo, I have to guarantee you $35 million. So I'm going to pay you the $35 million because I'm confident we can get to 600,000 pay-per-views, which will get you to the $35 million. But I can't pay Jamal in anything but a small advance and money off the pay-per-view.
I think that's a valid assumption. I agree with that.
No, it's not a valid assumption. Stop.
Did you know Al Heyman, Fernand?
No, because
Okay.
Al Heyman knows how to make money.
I agree. That's why he
So
chooses
then
to perhaps not have
worrying
Charlo
about
versus
Man,
Canelo.
stop it, bro. Stop. Your whole thing is that shouldn't we be concerned? That's your point.
No,
Nothing
I'm saying
else.
There's validity to the point
No,
that
you
Charlo
don't
shouldn't
know
be the
if there's
opponent.
any validity to it. You don't know if there's any validity to it. And in fact, there's no reason to believe there is any validity to it, seeing as just yesterday, Jose Benavidez and Samson Leskovich said that Canelo was offered $65 million or $60 million from Al Heyman.
To fight who?
To fight David Benavidez, $60 million.
Because Al Heyman believes he'll get a return.
No,
Yes.
because
I
he
don't
has the
discredit Al
money.
Heyman.
Because again, you are switching topics. The issue is whether or not he has the money.
You established to me yesterday that the money's there.
If he has the money,
you educated me yesterday that the money's there.
$35 million. If he has $60 million, he has $35 million.
Facts.
So then what are you worried about with the 35 for if the 60's no problem?
What I'm saying is there's validity to not wanting to pay Canelo $35 million guarantee to fight someone that might not get a return. Clearly, Al Heyman's making that decision if that report is true. Same way Al Heyman's okay with giving $60 million to Canelo to fight Benavidez because he knows he'll get a return.
Those reports cannot be true at the same time.
There's a barometer already with the Charlo fight.
Sir,
we just saw it.
Sir, both of those two things cannot be true. He cannot not have $35 million to put in escrow because he doesn't have a budget with Amazon, but yet he
does not have the $35 million.
Man, stop talking. He cannot not have access to $35 million because that's what it was. It wasn't whether or not he wanted to pay it or not. It's whether or not he had it at all.
Initially, for me yesterday, that was a concern, but you educated
me. The initial conversation was that he didn't have the money at all.
With me?
Yes, you.
And what did you educate me? And what did you educate me on? That he has the budget.
I don't know what I educated you on.
So let me tell you.
I know what Kyle, stop. I know
this is an unfair conversation
your point was. Kyle, I do not lose tracks of arguments, okay? I know what your point was. Your original question to me was, shouldn't I be concerned about the PBC not having a budget with Amazon? You brought up the fact that they hadn't had a fight announced yet. You brought up whether or not they had the $35 million to pay to Jamal Charlo. But the whole thing started with, shouldn't I be concerned that they don't have the money, that Amazon isn't giving them a budget?
But what was the conclusion?
That was yesterday.
What was the conclusion?
Now today.
But now, what was the conclusion? You taught me that they have the budget.
Then
so that's what I walked away with.
Asking me about then?
I'm asking if it does, from a business standpoint, Al Heyman's proven. Now that you assured me the budget's there, I'm in agreement.
I didn't assure you that the budget is there.
You gave me confidence that the money is not an issue.
In your conversation, bro, this is the dumbest fucking conversation, bro. This is headache. This is like a headache dumb.
All right, so I'll hop off. My bad, bro. You rather dominate the convo and not hear someone out.
Dominate the conversation, Kyle. You keep changing points.
Fanon, I'm only responding to what you're making me answer you. If you just heard what I was saying, it would be clear as day. But you're
No
choosing
worries.
to win a
Finish.
debate
Go
instead of
ahead,
hear what I'm
Kyle.
saying.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Fanon, yesterday, my concern was the money's not there. You gave me confidence that that shouldn't be a concern of mine. And I got off the call with you and said, all right, he made solid points. Money's not an issue. Today, what I'm addressing is, from a business standpoint, you don't think it makes sense to not pay a guarantee of $35 million to an opponent that might not get a return on it? I agree with that. Al Heyman's correct. We just saw a small Charlo who was not out of the ring for a long time like his brother, only, do a certain amount of pay-per-views, and he knows what profit was made from that.
Sir, they did 700,000. They did 700,000.
Yeah, and for whatever
That's
reason,
a
he
lot.
doesn't think Jamal
That's a
Charlo
lot.
is worth.
That's a lot. That's
He
a
might
lot.
not forecast it
He
doing
paid
more
him
with the big
$35
brother.
million for that fight. He paid him $35 million for that fight.
Yes. And after that experience, whatever.
Oh,
I'm not questioning now.
Let me get this right.
I'm not gonna
After
question
the
now.
experience of making money against the younger brother,
for whatever reason, he feels he doesn't want to put Big Charlo in there. He'd even double Canelo's guarantee to fight Benavidez. That would reap a greater reward. That's if the reports are true. And I'm saying to you, Fanon, you don't respect his thought process? Clearly, Al doesn't want to.
clear. Let me be very clear, because I'm going to repeat what you said. You're telling me that isn't it reasonable to not invest money if you think you're going to lose money?
Exactly. And you turned
Okay.
it into an argument.
No, sir. I'm telling you, don't you think it's ridiculous to make an assumption off facts that you don't know about a guy that makes money, that if he does something, he's going to make money off of it because he always makes money off of it?
That's a smart assumption, yes.
So you want me to just guess? I can do that with any fight, period.
No, I'm telling you.
You cannot name me a fight that you can't overpay for. Give me a name. Give me a fight, and I will give you a scenario where that fight shouldn't be made.
Shakur Tank?
Yeah, Tank wants a $100 million guarantee for that fight. Wouldn't you say that it would make sense for Al Heyman not to want to pay a guarantee of $100 million for that fight because he doesn't think he's going to get a return on investment?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so I can do that hypothetical bullshit for the next 5 months.
I don't really understand what angle you're putting.
Well, here's my angle. You asked me a question.
Yeah.
Where I already gave you the answer. The answer is you're going to make a fight that makes you where you think you're going to make money. Then you transitioned over to, well, the rumor is that Al Heyman doesn't think he's going to make money. So what you want me to do is assume that a bunch of people that be lying out their asses are telling the truth. So let's just have a long-ass conversation about somebody that be lying out their asses have to say. And my whole point to you is, Kyle, I don't want to talk about what them lying asses got to say because they lie. And I just brought up example of them lying. They said, based on our last conversation, the rumor from the same people was that they didn't have the money at all. You dismissed that rumor. Now you got another rumor you want to talk about.
You said I dismissed it?
Yes, you said that the conclusion was you dismissed it.
Yes,
that's what you just said.
After my combo with you, I dismissed it.
Yes, exactly. So I talked to you all yesterday to dismiss some bullshit.
And
now you want to bring
dismissing it too,
sir. You dismissed some bullshit.
Facts, yes.
So now you want me to talk about more bullshit.
No.
And get all the way around. It's a bullshit rumor from the same people that spread the first bullshit rumor.
Was it Michael Benson that reported that?
It is parse and partial to the same lie. It's the same lie, Kyle. The same one.
Oh, I understand now. Okay. I got it.
It's the same
you see it
lie.
as like PBC criticism, so it's not.
Sir, it's the same
discussing.
lie. Literally the same lie. And this is why I'm saying this is the same dumbass conversation we had yesterday. The lie was this. Lie number one. Al Heyman doesn't have $35 million to pay Canelo for Jamal. So he has to fight Munguia. Lie number one.
He just doesn't want to pay it.
Dude, no, that was lie number one.
Yeah.
Lie number two is he doesn't have $35 million to pay him because he doesn't want to pay for Jamal Charlo. So he's going to fight Munguia.
That's a lie?
Lie, sir. That's the same lie.
I
It
just
is
don't
the
think it's a
same
lie.
lie. There's not $35 million available for Jamal.
For said opponent.
There's not $35 million available for Jamal, period.
Yeah, that's a specific
Whether
to
it's
the opponent.
the only difference between the lies are that one says that it is Al Heyman's fault, and the
Which
other
isn't
one
true.
says it's Al Heyman's decision. It's the same lie, Kyle.
But if
It's
you
the
respect
same
Al
lie.
Heyman's business prowess, why don't you see validity to this thing you're calling a second lie?
Because
Why
the
don't you
person that said it lied the first time.
Okay. But now, if you outweigh that person's character with the fact that Al Heyman makes sound business decisions, you should say, you know what? Maybe Al Heyman knows what he's doing from his track record.
Al Heyman didn't do anything.
He don't want Jamal as that opponent.
Al Heyman didn't do anything.
It's not a lit fight.
Al Heyman has not said anything, Kyle. Al Heyman has not said a word. You are just telling and trying to get me to accept somebody that lied on Al Heyman yesterday, that he's telling the truth on Al Heyman today. You want me to believe somebody that lied yesterday about Al Heyman to believe him today when they say the exact same thing about Al Heyman, they just modify it. That's being stupid, Kyle. That's being stupid. You want me to believe the same lie twice and then give them the benefit of the doubt, and let's do something based off that. Let's ask for something other than Jamal. That's what you're doing. Now, do you understand me? Can you repeat what I'm saying? I can repeat what you're saying. You want me to believe the same lie twice. And guess what just happened today, Kyle? Yesterday. All of a sudden, Al Heyman has $60 million for a fight. Have you ever seen David Benavidez do a $100 million fight? Kyle? You going, Kyle? Because I can't hear you. First act I heard was Nipsey was When You're On with Chameleonaire. He went too soon, and man, I was mad as hell about it. Yeah, it's terrible, man. They passed away. Hey, Fanon, longtime fan. Do Joshua Ngannou fight means Wilder is headed to retirement? No, he said he's not retiring. He'll fight again. Just give me a second, man, while these people do this stuff around my... Amazon gave PBC a $275 million budget for this year and the next. Everybody can get it but the black man. He said, big ass dog you got. Yeah, it's the people doing my doing my lawn that are out here driving them nuts. All right, last caller, man, for real. Oh, fuck. Come on, Oz. What's up, man?
Hey, I had to follow that guy Kyle. Once again, proven to be a troll, man. Again, to go back to the whole quotes we talked to you about historically. They keep on repackaging the lie, believing the same lie, spouting the lie, hoping the idiot masses will follow them. It's what Goebbels said, and it's what this guy Kyle's all about. He's a plant, just like that pawn that calls himself king, from corporate media, Rick Glazer, somebody like that, trying to discredit stuff, trying to befuddle the conversation. They all have the same strategy, Fanon, if you noticed it. They ask you like 10 to 15 questions. You go through the question, dissect them perfectly in a logical, lawyer, legalistic mind that you have, and then they try to trip you up with this stupid talk. Have you noticed that they all utilize the same pattern, Fanon?
I have.
Because they're all goons from the same source. And then when you catch them on the lie that they're anti-Heyman and they're anti-PBC, they come up with the least believable narrative. Oh, I want boxing to succeed. You know, if PBC succeeds, well, then boxing succeeds. And you want to say to yourself, man, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night listening to you. It's just the tired, same regurgitation of the same lies. But for now, you know what they don't have an answer to is Beterbiev and Bivol and Tank and Frank are the two best announced fights that have been made this year. They try to talk about Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, and they try to compare that to Tank and Frank. When no reasonable person can talk about the quality of those two fights being anywhere near comparable. They don't tell you about the fact that the guy that they pump up so much for, who's in another division than Tank Davis now, Devin Haney, who the race pimps will tell you that Gervonta is ducking prime black fighters. They'll tell you Devin Haney turned down a fight with Subriel Matias. His first and his second fights with DAZN are not going to be Devin Haney. And correct me if I'm wrong, Fanon, Subriel Matias, his ancestry, what does he look to you like, Fanon, Subriel Matias? What does his ancestry look like he's from?
Man, bro, he's bliggity black.
So they want to tell you, Fanon, that this Gervonta Tank Davis doesn't fight black fighters. And then when you start going through Shakur's resume, you start going through Devin's resume, and you say, where are the Negroes on the resume? And then you really do the analysis with Tank's resume, and you get Frank on there, which is clearly, with Beterbiev and Bivol, we've already exposed it. Those are the top two fights that have been announced. They want to try to change the goalpost again, just like this guy Kyle does, just like Frequent Capper does, just like Pawn does. When you prove their points wrong, they want to say, oh, okay, now he's got to fight Shakur. He's got to do this. He's got to do that. I'm going to end the call right now, Fanon, but I just got to thank you for your patience, because I know it takes a lot, because these guys are clearly being sent over to you by somebody. They're spawning. They're getting these narratives, these bogus talking points. Pawn revealed that these guys all worked together yesterday when Pawn responded to my call, when he thanked Kyle and said that he and Kyle are in communication. So Kyle was up there in one of your last videos. I think it was your live stream, complaining about you, Fanon. You got this guy has a wrench on your channel. He was complaining in one of the comments of your live stream. These guys are a joke, man. And you clearly, the emperor has no clothes. You guys keep exposing yourself with your lies and your bogus talking points. Want to get your thoughts on that? And with that, I'm out. Thanks, Fanon.
Yeah, no worries. I'll do it. They're food. They're food. They're just food. They're food. And honestly, man, I feel sorry for other people that got to debate with them. Y'all are food for me. You're food. You're food. You're never going to trick me. You're never going to ask me 6, 7 different questions and move me around. It's never going to happen. Because I am already telling you how I'm going to do it to you. I remember the point. I remember what we're talking about. And no matter how much you move around, Kyle, or Claymore, or any of y'all move around, I'm going to bring you right back to it. You're not going to be making me believe a liar. You're not going to have me believe in a liar. If somebody gets caught with a lie, false in uno, false in omnibus. Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. As soon as you catch that dude lying like that with a material lie, I don't have to believe anything they say. You wanted me to guess at why wouldn't Al Heyman do this if this is true? That ain't true. That's not true. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to assume, Kyle, that what they said is true. I'm going to assume it's not true. As far as Al Heyman goes, seeing as he's been very successful for decades, I'm going to assume that he's going to make a smart decision. Why would I assume that he doesn't know? You want me to assume that they're telling the truth? No, I'm going to assume that liars are lying. And you've got to give me a reason to believe them. You've got to give me a reason to believe them. And give me a reason based off a fact. You heard that Al Heyman was trying to even make a fight with Jamal Charlo. First of all, I don't know it's true that he even tried to make a fight with Jamal Charlo. I don't know that that's true. I don't know that he's getting $35 million. I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that Amazon Prime doesn't have a budget. Give me a second, man. Give me a second. All right, sorry about that. Sorry. Hey, Echo, can you come back tomorrow? I just want to I'm waiting on one guy that was right in front of you. And then we can holler at tomorrow because I'm not going to stay on but a couple more minutes. And there was another guy that was right there. This is why I said you got to stop worrying about Tank getting credit. They're going to always move the goalposts. Look, man, here, let me speak as solemnly as I can. You guys are buffoons. You're buffoons. You guys actually believe that an organization that is the most successful in boxing is going out of business every year. You believe the same rumors from people that continue to tell you things that are not true. And you want to come over here and make me assume what they're saying is true and then talk about it as if and talk about it as if. What's going on, Echo?
Hi, and I've just been listening to what the guy was on earlier, Kamal. What he said was absolutely true. That everybody is coming on there is basically trolling you. Really, that's what I really believe. I mean, he was bringing up facts. Well, there weren't facts. They were just like I said to you the other day about people having ideas. They don't have ideas. They get ideas, and he just everything wasn't based on fact. And as far as the money's concerned, I mean, there's a thing called the Pareto principle. That would basically mean that 80% of your wealth will come from 20% of your actions. Same as in productivity, it's all the same. So it makes more sense to invest in that way. Just as productivity the same way. 80% of your actions come from 20. Your results come from 20% of your actions. So I don't know where he's coming from about should I do this, should I do that. Obviously, it's going to be a calculated decision by Al Heyman, and he knows what to do. That's his job to know how to do this. He understands the law of economics. Like I said, that 80-20 rule does not change. It doesn't. So I don't know where he was coming from, and telling lies. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I was starting to believe that people is becoming so dumb. They're either that dumb or trolling completely, like what Kamal said. They're coming on there just to wind you up and just troll you.
No, they're not coming just to wind me up.
Okay.
No, and no, they're not. They're trying to win a debate, is what they're trying to do. They're trying to do it for sport. It's a sport. It's just like playing basketball. You come out and you like, give me the ball. I'm going to try to score. How can I score? Well, I can shoot a jumper. I can do a layup. I can do this. I can do that. I can do these other things.
Yeah.
And and what they do is they have certain techniques. Their ultimate goal is to win an argument. And so that's what they're trying to do. And the argument that they're trying to win is to try to get me. For example, Kyle says, isn't it reasonable for Al Heyman to not want to pay $35 million for a Jamal Charlo fight because he believes that it is not profitable? And so what he wants from me is a yes.
Yes, of course you do. Yeah.
Right. So what I'm not going to do is give him a yes, because that's giving validity to the lie that even happened. So I'm not going to start assuming that what people say is true. I'm going to say, no, you cannot score, because I don't believe that shit at all. So he wants me to talk about something that I don't believe as if it's true, because it could possibly be true. Well, it's also possibly true that Echo just robbed a bank in between the time you called the first time and the time you called the second time. And they use this argument. Well, don't you think Echo needs money? Well, yeah, I'm sure he does need money. Everybody does. Well, don't you agree that there's money in a bank? Well, yes, I think that there's money in the bank. So wouldn't it be possible, just possible, that Echo went to go get money and rob a bank in between this call and the last call that he was on? Isn't that just reasonable?
And
I would tell you, and I would say, I'm not going to speculate on that dumb shit. It makes no sense to me. Why would I believe that Echo just went to go rob a bank? Do you know of him having any money that he just got? No. Do you know that he left his house? No. Do you know that he doesn't have all the money he already needs? No. So why would I go and speculate with you about whether or not Echo just robbed a bank? Because I can come up with some theory at which it could possibly be. And that is what these YouTube channels do when they're lying to people.
Yeah.
They come up with these far-fetched scenarios that, although far-fetched, are possible. Isn't it possible that because if you assume, watch this line they try to walk you down. I'm going to do an actual argument that somebody made because they're a rest haven for hoes. They keep coming over here and bugging me. So make this argument. Well, we just had breaking news that Al Heyman cannot pay $35 million to Jamal Charlo. And that because he can't pay $35 million for Charlo because he doesn't think he's going to make a return on investment, he wants to fight with Jaime Munguia. And since he wants to fight with Jaime Munguia, he must want to fight Jaime Munguia because that means that he doesn't have to carry the purse for Jaime Munguia. And since he doesn't want to pay the purse for Jaime Munguia, then you can imply reasonably that he doesn't have any money for Errol Spence to fight Terrence Crawford in the rematch either, because it would be much easier for him to get to pay the purse if somebody else was paying for the purse. And this fight can't be made, and you can go up. All of that is based off me making the assumption that that first statement wasn't a lie.
Yeah. Like we were talking about the other day about when I was using that example about, all men are mortal. Remember the thing we did the other day? Do you remember? And Socrates is a man, and then Socrates is mortal. Remember?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I understand what's going on. I watch it. It's painful to watch these guys trying to trick you. It's just crazy.
I mean, it's only frustrating to me because I literally don't want to have to take notes.
Right, okay.
Like, I literally, and honestly, man, I feel insulted because there's no honesty to it. You're not being honest. You didn't think this shit through.
Well, I'm actually sometimes cringing watching this because I've been watching you for a few years, but I've never really come on the channel before. And the only time I came on was when Blood invited me to come on. He just said, "Why didn't you come on and join in the chat?" And that was the only reason. But I've seen you before, and I've seen your debating skills, and I know that. And I used to watch you all the time, and because of my background as well, I understand, what he was doing, and how he was able to do these things with all these guys, basically, bag and bury them, because I've made a big study of this kind of thing as well. So, and also I understand how this works, leading people, using different arguments, fallacies and all sorts of stuff, leading people. What he was trying to do is lead you. I mean, if somebody asked me that question that you've said, I say, well, how do you know that to be true? I can break that down straight away. And then they'll go, well, I heard it. Well, did you hear it? Who did you hear it from? Or somebody on the internet. That doesn't prove anything. If I tell you that I'm able to do 50 push-ups, it's not your job to prove that I can't do it. The burden of the proof is upon me to prove that I can do it. And this is what these guys don't get. They don't get this. They don't understand it.
It's dime store. It's cheap tactics from dime store intellects. Hey, but let me push on for a second, man. I'll get back with you, Echo. Thank you for coming on. I just want to wrap it up for a couple minutes. Then I got to actually get some work done. But I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for coming through. Thanks, Echo.
Bye.
Yes, sir. I'm going to go about 5 more minutes because there was a dude that I thought was going to try to jump on. But let me wrap this up, man. Look, you all that watch this channel, I'm not lying to you. I'm not making stuff up. I don't have to. And you guys are just following behind a bunch of people, dude, that are just trying to press you with smoke and mirrors. There's no reason in this world to believe that the PBC is going broke, or that they can't make this fight, or they can't make that fight. And you guys are consistently coming and making up rules. Making up entirely new. How many times have I had to go through the WBO rules, the WBA rules, the IBF rules, the WBC rules, and literally go to the rules and point out where you guys are making shit up? Then somebody makes some shit up right in front of your face. Right in front of your face. And you want to just assume that it's true for the sake of conversation. You got to stop it, Kyle. I don't think you're a troll, but these dudes are acting like you're a straight up troll. Anyway, any more callers, then I'm out of here, man. It's been 4 hours of this. And I enjoy it. I usually enjoy it, but it's not even profitable for me. What I really think you're doing is trying to run my channel down and make me talk about a bunch of dumb shit that nobody cares about. Because I'm actually going to take you up on the conversation. Frank was initially made into Devin's bodyguard when Shakur was running down on Devin. Now Frank is fighting Tank and he ain't shit. But last year, Shakur need to worry about Frank Martin. Obviously. All right, somebody give me a good conversation before I go, man. I need to get put in a better mood, man, if you wouldn't mind. That's disappointing, Kyle. Because that's so just patently dishonest. I know where you're going, man. In your argument, I know where you're going. I don't think I know where you're going. I know where you're going. Nip really gave back as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I know that it's a shame that he got murdered. All right, at least one more good comment before I get out of here. Or not. One more link. We'll see if y'all jump on. If you don't, then I'll get out of here, man. I shut up. Nobody wants no smoke. Nobody comments. Was it that complete? Anyway, to summarize everything, Gervonta Davis fighting Frank Martin. I love that fight. And I'm quite sure you guys are going to crap on the fight before the fight and during the fight and after the fight. Because that's what you do. The fact that Canelo Alvarez rumor was that they offered $60 million for David Benavidez. Since you want to believe every rumor that pops up, believe that rumor. Believe the rumor that makes the PBC look good. Nobody has jumped out here and tried to get me to assume that the PBC has unlimited money. When is somebody going to jump up here and ask me, why don't we assume that the PBC has all the money in the world to do whatever they want to do, and that the boxing is going to be great because they're on Amazon Prime? Can we get somebody that wants to ask me about that hypothetical? How come all the hypotheticals that you ever ask me about are related to the downfall of somebody with the PBC, if not the PBC itself? Kyle, I've never heard you ask me not one time of a scenario like that. King has never one time jumped up here and asked for me to explain a scenario where the scenario was good for the PBC. It's always let's ignore what's good with the PBC and let's assume what's bad is what is rumored that is bad is true. Has anybody heard anybody talk about the positive momentum that Gervonta Davis has after he beat Ryan Garcia? How long has it been since they fought is the answer. Well, he fought 2 times last year. That's how often people are supposed to, right? Fanon, who's going to want to have smoke with the baddest dude on the boxing platforms? I don't know, man. I mean, you know, they see, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Fanon, notice no one ever questions Bob or Eddie Hearn's budgets, despite all top-ranked fights being moved to weekends and DAZN losing billions. And they don't watch this. They don't even doubt the Saudi Arabia's budget. They don't doubt their budget. Any number that you throw out for the Saudi Arabia, they believe any number that comes out. Any number. They would not believe that Deontay Wilder could pay $50 million, that the PBC had $50 million to pay Anthony Joshua. Do you remember that? They acted like it was absolutely impossible that Al Heyman had $50 million to pay Anthony Joshua. But they believe in a second that Saudi Arabia got $50 million to pay Tyson Fury for a fight that don't even sell. While Saudi Arabia at the same time is putting it on pay-per-view. Don't you think that's kind of odd? They believe that Devin Haney's made $10 million a fight against $10 million a fight against George Kambosos on Top Rank, which is more than they will believe that BLK Prime has $10 million to pay Terrence Crawford, and they ain't never even put a fight on before, and you don't even know who they are. But say Al Heyman got $10 million for a fight. He gonna go broke. It's crazy. It's crazy. But anyway, with that, I'm out. Thank y'all for y'all support, and I'm gonna holler at y'all later. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything, because I hope that I did, but I don't think that I did. Oh, I did. Okay, I got everybody. And thank you again, Cal Cooler, for that huge super chat. And with that, I'm out. Deuces.